Um, I feel like listening to music. All right, it's time for Doomer Hours to end just a little bit so we can play some Dwarfs. Of course, all previous subjects are going to continue to be discussed, so just state this at the beginning of the stream that you've kind of been warned. Just general discussions about what's going on in the world is just kind of an open topic here. It's just going to kind of keep going. Elves are great. We wouldn't have unicorns in this fortress if it wasn't for elves. Anyway, year 379. Longdeath continues here in the absolute realm. So before we start, I'm just going to read through the named dwarves in the fort. Pilot, Axon, Jimmy, Tibby, Quevenir II, Little M. Katsu, Anthony, Banana, Balinor, Nanochip, Kryvon, Mafry, Diamond Destruct, Anonimo, Massive, Volleylol, Aqua, Letharticus, Reinhardt, Tygo, Don Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Blue Space Weeb, Oswix, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Team Xeno, Do It, Tele, Navy, The Scoid, Malden, IDZ, Athros II, Mar, Space Pirate, Kravicus, Merc, Elomino, and of course, Bellinair and Whitcoat down at the bottom. As for the fort itself, we are building pretty patterns like this. So, yeah, that's what we are doing currently. We are building pretty patterns. So I'm importing bricks of specific colors so that my dwarves can, of course, leave their clothing all over it, and do other various unhelpful things with all of the stuff. Aside from that, it's pretty much just the same things for Longdeath. We've still got like traders coming by, all of our diplomats coming by. We've still got all the weird monsters in the basement. Still got the king, who's still very needy, demands crutches and pickaxes constantly. I mean, Aqua the Third. Now that I've given you your correct title. I mean, Aqua, for whatever it's worth, you are the creator of Kindlewire, and you're also our captain of the guard. You killed Knowles, which is a true story, and all you have to say is, what do I care? How I speak or how I live? What do you care how I speak or how I live? You are ambivalent after remembering gaining a sibling. Unsatisfied at work. You felt pleasure remembering performing, but frustrated after a lack of decent meals. You're sad that you can't practice a martial art. We might need to take you out of this captain of the guard job and give you a martial arts gig in the future. Although you do have to say that you're feeling great, Aqua. That's good. Banana the Third said, I communed with Shinrush and Amber the Red Rocks, and it is wondrous. And Mafry put on an exceptional item, and it pleased him. Sounds about right, Aqua. Sounds about right. But yeah, this is the fort. We are, like I said, mostly working on importing pretty colors. So we're gonna continue to do that. This place is huge. Well, it just gets bigger. We wish the dwarves could appreciate the patterns. They appreciate the value, and by constructing stuff into your fort, it is added to the value, so. This fortress is kind of huge, starting from the bottom all the way up. All the way up. Yep, that's a giant square open hole in the basement. It has been hundreds of years, yeah. This down here is still my current project on paper. This is going to be a rather large obsidian printer. But first we need to finish getting all these boulders out of the bottom. I've had some people tell me that I should just hide the items down there. The Slade place yet? Slade place? What do you mean by Slade place? But, yeah, that's this fortress. We're just going to be building a lot of crafts today. Below the adamantine? Oh, have I been to hell yet? No. No, we haven't even dug down to the third cavern layer yet. If you had a keen eye, you would have noticed that there was only 2 cavern layers that I flew past. Also, I've never seen anybody refer to it as the Slade place. It's called Hell. Actually, it's called another place, I think, actually. Like, in-game, it's like it has taken you to another place. The screams of creatures come from the blackness. But yeah, it's literally hell. It's just like, you dig down through the adamantine spire and you go to hell. But no, we haven't done that in this fort. No reason to. The whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. That's the sort of thing we'll do in like year 999 equivalent, which would be 1004. Dig down there at that point. And then try and fight with hell after that. No reason to do it before. No reason to intentionally lose the project that I'm trying to keep alive early. There's just no logical reason to go about doing such a thing. So we're bringing all these crafts up right now because I just traded. And so all of these spots are getting crafts. Also, I'm going to make some lead bins. Because I need to get some bins onto these. Because these are all sitting here asking for bins. I just don't have any bins, so we're going to be just delivering items for a while today. Also, if anybody's watching that AMA with the reporter on World News, if anything interesting pops up in there, let me know. He says as he's actually like just looking at the AMA now. Reddit AMAs are always way too fascinating. So chat, I feel like every single video game on Earth came out in the last week. What have you guys been playing? Like on a little bit more of a on-topic discussion while I watch these dwarfs put crafts away. What have you guys been playing? Anything interesting? Ooh, and also Elomino, the dwarven child, withdraws from society. Look at that. There's a lot of kids in that bedroom. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Because, like, in the past few days, like, everything has come out. I know today alone, I plan on playing 2 new games outside of Dwarfs. We're going to play through Aperture Desk Job after we're done with Dwarves, and then after that, we're going to be checking out Heroes Hour, so there's going to be at least 2 other games on the stream that aren't Dwarves. Supposedly, Aperture Desk Job is really short, but that's fine. I want to play it. Even though I know it's just an ad for the Steam Deck, I just want to try it. Doom and Pokemon Emerald? An odd combination, but I dig it. Nothing new for you? Fair enough. I mean, I've just been playing stare at social media and cry inside. After some friends started playing it? Are you on the Halcyon server? Because if so, I got bad news. The update seems to have, that came out, seems to have broken a lot of people's accounts on our server, which really sucks, including mine! So I get to start over. You recently got Caves of Cut. Fantastic game. I need to play some more Caves of Cut. I'm waiting for their, for an update to go into the main branch instead of being in the beta branch. Once it goes into the main branch, I'm going to jump in and play that again. Do another playthrough. See if we can, see how far we can get. We did a tourist run after the last major patch, and that was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing it. Maybe we'll have to bring back Eurus the Tourist at some point, too. A new house? A new mouse? A new blouse? What house are you saying? You're going to have to translate to English from British on that one, Stone. Oh, a new house. Probably for Project Soundboard, right? But yes, we do. But I don't know when FG's gonna hit the reset button on the server because she has control over all that stuff. So, assuming you want bones, is that the case? It's a lot of rough gems that you want. You've already got 2 bones. Maybe it's more rough gems that you need. Although there are plenty of rough gems. I guess those are just rough jaspers. It's laminite. Any gems in these vaults? Already mined out so much of this shit. We're going to hit a point where I'm gonna start running into issues because I don't have enough mineable gems and such. We're gonna have to like go further and further and further out of our way to find stuff. It's a good thing that this map is as big as it is, though. Something. Not really planning on dumping lava anywhere anytime soon, so I mine through that pretty safely. Why are you embarrassed to admit that you've been playing a game like Satisfactory? What's embarrassing about Satisfactory? Lots of people love and enjoy Satisfactory. Go up to the top of that menu. Slaughter these 3 marmots. Alright, let's see what happens. See if anything actually needs to be dealt with. So something kind of interesting. I started listening to a new podcast for me, over yesterday, I guess. That talks specifically about free and open source software. It's a spinoff of Brad Shoemaker and Not That Will Smith's Tech Pod, where they talk about tech and servers and such, which I've listened to on and off for a while now, for probably a better part of a year. And they recently started a podcast called FossPod, Foss. And their first episode literally is just like an interview with the founder of OBS. Really, really very much worth a listen. Fantastic interview job. It's real neat. If anybody's curious, drop a link in chat. Also, maybe one of the best URLs I've seen in a while. It's fosspodcontent.town. You installed it to play multiplayer, but you've got 100 plus hours in just by yourself. It's not really, there's no real challenge as of yet. It's just basically a sandbox. You don't know why. That seems embarrassing. I mean, you know, I live in a world where people used to brag about how much time they put into Gary's mod, and if you want to talk about a sandbox, Gary's mod I think wins there. Yeah, I mean, the first two episodes are pretty good. Anyway, turns out we did actually need more bones, so Chow is going to go get those. You were using City Skylines for your brainless gaming, now it's Satisfactory. I mean, like, Satisfactory is a really chill thing to just play. So, everybody needs a game like that. For me, just like most of the games I play are like that. Also, Stone, for reference, it's late autumn right now. See why the water's turned off. At the moment you've broken everything with your OS update? Out of curiosity, because I know that you were working on a few things. Yeah, late autumn. So you don't need to worry about autumn, but we're late autumn. Oh, geez. Baby peacocks once again. No paperwork for a bit? Yeah, no paperwork for a little bit. I think we'll probably do a year and a bit this year. Hey, child gains everything they need. What all did you grab? Garnet, or granite, gabbro, wild boar bone, hoary marmot mangled bone, cushion gray cabochons, rough jasper opals, hoary marmot bone, 2 more pieces of opals. That'll probably be a bone craft if I had to guess. I had to make an assumption. It'd probably be a bone craft. You want 3 more crutches? Kind of scared to know how many crutches I have in this fort currently. Everything else on your to-do happened. Game just stopped responding for a second. Everything, rather than just manually copying a file or folder somewhere, when you realize this was important. What? You even have proper backups now like a real adult. I have been looking more and more into just building my own server and just using it for work/team stuff. Because, like, I don't know. I unfortunately, it's one of those things where it's like, I unfortunately need more funding, but there's a few things I really want to do with a private server. I kind of want to make myself a server so that I can host movies and things for my parents, and family in general. Because, like, I do have a lot of backups from the old DVD collection I used to have that are just, like, sitting on a hard drive on this computer, just, like, never being used. It's like, I could make a server and keep it in this room and put a bunch of, you know, stuff that I use frequently on there, and then have my own cloud solution, but I don't know. I'm just... I'm tired of putting my shit on other people's servers, I'll put it that way. Very tired of it. You will one day soon again? Yeah. Well, hopefully sooner rather than later. Actually, Aqua, I was going to ask you, because like I know that you were fiddling around and tweaking with Twitch embedding stuff. Has the API change affected that stuff at all? Just other people's computers, yeah, pretty much. Well, cloud is branding for other people's computer, but yes. There is a, yeah, the cloud is just computers, that's all it is. Also, I just want to say thank you to everybody for getting here early, tuning in and hanging out with us. Already the new API was around a few years ago. It was the old API that they were finally closing down. Gotcha. That's kind of what I figured, but wanted to make sure. I'm just real sad because my favorite Twitch plugin, Twitch Now, is dead. Because it hasn't been updated since mid-2020, so. Elomino, the dwarven child, has created Zimkel Lakal Larin Imak. Okay. A granite toy axe. That's surprising. It was a granite toy axe, not a bone toy axe. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kosath Guildscales. I think I'll actually let the kids just play with that, because they will. It's worth 57,600. Plains Winnowed, a sly quill. This is a granite toy axe. All craft storeship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with paper cut gray chastilones, I don't even know how to pronounce that one, and cushioned jasper and opal cabochons, and decorated with horay marmot bone and encircled with bands of rose-cut pink garnets. This object menaces with spikes of wild boar bone and horay marmot bone. On the item is an image of table-cut gems in granite. On the item is an image of purple amaranth in gabbro. On the item is an image of dwarves in jasper opal. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath, by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. Hell yeah, child. Go play with your toy. Devs by nature are lazy. I see it as less of a devs by nature are lazy and more just like a lot of this stuff doesn't make money and very little of it's actually open source. So. Hey chat. Everybody have a little moment of silence for people getting bombed in Cart Cave right now. It's fucked up. But yeah, I mean, it's more just in regards to the Twitch API changing. It's more just a massive piss off for people like me who like using software that's just like, it ain't broke, so don't fix it type deal, right? It's like the bot that I was using that was great and it was closed source, but operated by somebody who seemed pretty, like, dedicated to updating it, and then got sold to Logitech, aka Streamlabs, and then they're just like, hey, we want you to use our cloud-based solution and not, like, and we won't let you run it on a computer anymore. Hey, this is a perfectly good time to just, like, not update this bot ever again, which they did. And it was like, well, even though I want to keep using this bot, I don't have that as an option anymore, which is really unfortunate. So, I don't know. Not thrilled about that. Not thrilled about that at all. I'll be back in a sec, chat. I gotta go take a leak, apparently. All right, I return. Did say it would just be a few seconds. Hey, Pink. My nose is itchy. Thank you. Inspired me to try and grow a bunch of my plants clippings in water. I've got a few jars and bottles and stuff. A couple wine bottles. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if any of them take hold, keep growing. I'm not sure how well they will, or if they will at all, but... You watered your orchid today? Was that your highlight of the day? Did you ever end up buying a watering can, Pink, or are you just like me and dedicating firmly to the beer glass watering lifestyle? Because that's more or less my way of doing things at this point. They're still watering canless. I'm telling you, just like, get yourself a nice gooseneck kettle and just use that for indoor plants. You only need a watering can if you have outdoor plants. I feel like if I had a watering can, I would end up just putting a plant in it. I feel real bad for the reporters from Reuters in that AMA right now, because they've already got like 600 questions and it's been up for 40 minutes. You just pour it out of that. I get you. Yeah, I've just something with a long spout. Doesn't matter what it is. As long as you can just get like an even distribution of water out, you're good. How did I get good at Dwarf Fortress? By playing it. That's the way anybody gets good at anything, is by doing. If you're curious about what I used to learn, mostly the wiki. Few YouTube videos. Some were more helpful than others, but most of them I just kind of ignored. I don't find most of the YouTube tutorials to be particularly good or helpful. They're useful for advanced things, but for learning the game now. You're waiting to find something like that for like $3 in a charity shop. It's not essential. You're not going to drop $15 on it. I have a very fancy watering can for outside, which is a brand that my mom is a big fan of. just vibe into this. Such good tunes. If you were to make a watering can company, you'd call it Can of Worms. Why would you call it Can of Worms? Or is that a different can of worms? You can print a nozzle for a 2-liter bottle? That seems kind of silly. I mean, I could make a nozzle for a 2-liter bottle with a straw and some masking tape and a will to survive, so... I don't know. Indoor watering cans are a little redundant to me, but... Although, life hack, if you take if you're going out away for a while, and you take like a plastic water bottle, and you take like a thumbtack or a pin or some sort of pointy object, prick a hole in the bottom of it, fill it up with water, stick it in your potted plant, and then just go on your trip. I'll keep the soil moist. Won't overwater it. Just dribble out. Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Pink. It's like so much plastic comes out of 3D printers that is just wasted. It's so much stuff that goes into a landfill. It's like I have a few items that were 3D printed by Hobo and other people that I know as gifts, and they're nice, but it is honestly just not exactly helpful. You know what I would like to get though? I would like to get one of those 3D food printers where you put like the different ingredients in. Like you grind up ingredients and you put them in there and it assembles you foodstuffs. Like that, it would be real nice to just put every piece of ingredient into pasta and then it just prints out a bunch of pasta noodles for me. That I'd be down for. Could also be down to have a plant over a plastic ornament. Yeah. Plant with a glass container. Optimal plant. The problem that I'm running into is I have more I don't have enough floor space. I need more square footage in my apartment so I can have more plants. I need to get a bigger apartment so I can fit more house plants into here. Is more of a focus of the past year, but it still has more progress needed. They just need like printable plastics that are neutral at the very least, if not entirely recyclable. Ideally. Realizing I've got extra tabs open that I don't need. Just closing these. Do you ever have that happen where you realize that you have like multiple windows with the same tabs open and you're like, I don't need any of these open. All of these can go away. I don't know. I think my favorite part about the existence of 3D printers, though, is still just it's actually brought the you wouldn't download a car meme to actual reality, is because you can and could theoretically download a car and 3D print it now. So I don't think I can turn off my bot. Because I'm pretty sure that if I turn off my bot, it's going to get locked out of being able to reconnect. Because every time they shut off the API or Twitch's old API, I was unable to reconnect with my bot. So I need to spend the next like week trying to get that replacement set up and running. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they disappear if you leave them outside in the rain, but like you said, they disappear into tiny little pieces of plastic and become more microplastics instead of actually degrading down into nothing. I mean, for whatever it's worth, there are materials that can be made into plastic-like materials, but aren't actually plastic. Been lurking due to work? Yeah, it's all good. I know a lot of people have been spending time away from my channel due to work and school and real life. It's unfortunate, but you guys gotta take care of yourselves, right? That point database for you, it's on your list. Well, the thing is, I need the point database, and I also need... I think Beelik said he was working on something like this, but I also need the sound command stuff to work. But I think that Firebot has compatibility to be able to like import commands at the very least. But I know Kiri said that she had to go through and manually input all of her commands. I have like... hold on. How many commands do I have? I have 1,100 commands, although a lot of these are deactivated. So I would really rather not have to go through and redo all of those, you know? The plastics industry is really easy to get mad at. If you need something to get mad at, ever, just look into the plastics industry. Into trash toys. Plastic trash into toys. How? Like, I'm just like imagining a kid with a blowtorch and like a shoddily made mold, just like trying to melt plastic. I mean, I definitely melted some toys. I have this memory of trying to melt a Lego brick with a lighter. I don't know how old I was. We were able to determine that we were unable to melt the Lego brick. However, we were able to melt the Mega Bloks brick that we also had. Almost better off turning it into gasoline. What, for the Lego brick? Or for trying to melt plastic into toys? What has been really cool is that new monster leaf was overlapping with another leaf quite a bit, and now they've moved out of the way of each other. Yeah, they do that. I feel like your monster's got a lot in common with my peace lily, the way it behaves. Seems to be a pretty quick growing thing. Although I've been looking into monsters specifically because of your posts, Fluffy, and I think I might I might try a monster this year. Might try. Because like if it doesn't survive, I know that my mom has enough sunlight that she could take it and put it in the kids' school. So Hello, animal. Speaking of my parents' school, so for those of you who don't know, my mom and dad, they have a business, and it's a school for little kids, right? And I work as their part-time janitor. I go by on Sundays or Mondays, and I clean the place. One of the kids was drawing a tank, because they have, like, every day they have a drawing portion where they just let the kids draw. So my mom's always going through and, like, looking at and writing down whose drawing is whose drawing every time I'm over there. And there was one kid who drew a train and a tank, and it's like... It's good to hear that you're still alive, animal. Good Good to hear. They share a lot in common. Yeah, but the monsters do need more light than, you know, my my pathoses and the or my philodendrons and the peace lily. I don't know. The monster is more of like an open air kind of plant, whereas the other two are more like undergrowth plants. They're supposed to be underneath tree cover, so they're not used to getting as much sun. But how's things, Animal? Hope you're doing well. Had a nice day at work. Good stuff, man. Hopefully things aren't too weird in your part of the world. Can I just... So, maybe I'm desensitized to the value of money recently because of Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard for $68.7 billion. Because that was only a little bit ago, right? Yeah, they just blast white powder everywhere, don't they? The peace lilies produce so much pollen. Because I'm looking at this like news headline here. The UN has received $1.5 billion in pledges for humanitarian assistance in Ukraine just hours after requesting $1.7 billion. I think that's putting into perspective just how much money Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard for in my brain. I think that is the like the best comparison for like, huh. All right. That is a lot of money. Hope the numbers stay low. Yeah, me too. If only Freedom was a marketable first-person shooter. Yeah. Well, it's just like yesterday when Cutest was in here and talking about how Facebook and Twitter are all like starting to not work where they're at in Russia. I'm just like, that sounds kind of great. Could they disable that here too? That'd be great. Although Twitter's kind of useful right now, but it's working fine. They wanted a few $100 million and couldn't get it. They should just make like a video game about repairing Chernobyl with like a please donate here. Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely not as relevant now. Also, I hope work's been good, by the way, Aqua. Pen pasture stray cougar. And we just made all this stuff for you. These are like some of the most needy nobles I've ever had. Your software requirements keep changing? Can I ask why? That seems bothersome. Holy shit. That is a really big explosion. That is insane. Look at this. That's real. That's bonkers. Coming from legit sources, though. But also, there's... Yeah, that's from yesterday. That is nuts. Apparently that is old. Not legit, but Christ. May or may not be legit. Big explosion either way. Your manager keeps asking for updates on when a project will be done, and you tell him when our customers stop changing what we're supposed to. Yeah, I can believe that. I can definitely believe that. Need more bins. Need more bins. Although perhaps I should just like increase the wheelbarrow count on all of these again. That'll lower down the number of dwarves actually hauling. Give us more time to do other things. Audio, what's up? Good to see you. That's what's up. Month 57 is what's up.
This is what's up.
It's a lot of months, dude. Thank you very much for keeping that subscription alive for yet another one. Click. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for audio, keeping that subscription alive for a 57th month? I want to say you're the first person to click the resub button, month 57. That's outside and on a tree. It's not a house plant. Why is it in the house plants section? It's not a house plant. Come on, Pink. There's a bad post on this subreddit. This is clearly /r houseplants. Why are you posting not houseplants in the houseplants section? This should be like out plants or just plants. I'm sure there's got to be a subreddit for plants on trees. Hold on. /r/plants on trees. Let's see what I get. It's not a subreddit, unfortunately. So if you want to make a plants on trees subreddit for videos of plants on trees, it only fits in certain houses, very tall houses. So what you're trying to tell me, Aqua, is that a tree could be a houseplant if you're dedicated enough? I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to put a full-size tree, in my house. You just need a really tall house. Yeah, or a really tiny tree. So that explosion was confirmed, and it was an ammunition dump that got hit by a Russian airstrike. That's what that massive explosion was. So. Just put it in the entrance hall between the two staircases. What, the tree? I mean, I'm sure everybody's seen pictures of those houses that are built around trees, right? There's quite a few famous images. Oh, geez, more peacock babies. There's quite a few famous images of like log cabins and such with like trees in the middle of them. Pretty cool looking. Also, I just got that DM, Aqua. Discord like ceased functioning for me for a while yesterday. The point where I was like, what's going on? It was very strange. Actually, like posting and whatnot was difficult. Tree house in your house? But wouldn't it be a tree house then? Instead of just a tree house? It's tree house with a tree house. Confuzzles. Ow, my brain. Told you to update, you downloaded the update and never installed it, and when I have to update desktop, it won't run the old version anymore? Oh. Yeah, that seems suboptimal. Well, you know, actually, just on the topic of trees in houses being tree houses, Hobo and his mom were building Lego kits yesterday, and his mom was building the little Lego bonsai tree. I guess like a bonsai tree could be a houseplant. Realistically. Guess you could have like just a mini tree or like a tiny tree houseplant. Yeah, I guess I don't live in this world. I live in the world of auto updates. A bonsai tree? A bonsai tree is a tree, not a shrub. A shrub's a different thing. A tree is a tree. It's just a little tree. There's a big difference between a small tree and a shrub. A shrub's a different kind of plant in my brain. Like, I would refer to a shrub as, like, a bush. A tree's not a bush. A tree is a tree. Like, a shrub could be, like, I don't know, a little blueberry bush, for example. Or, like, a small hedge. Whereas a tree is just still a tree. I am a bush, then I'm not a nobody? What does that even mean? Serious question. What in the world does that even mean? Something a stoner once said in a meme video on the streets and face planting into a bush. Means we'll definitely hear him fall even if there's no one around. I guess I'm just not understanding any of these references is also possible. Well, that's pretty. I love before and after shots of plants. It's such a sad succulent in the first shot. It's like, I've just been repotted and I'm sad. Now it's like, boom, I'm a plant. Also, kind of hard to, promote stuff because of the world the way it is right now. But if you like the sound of my voice, I'm on a podcast called the Halcyon Frequency Podcast. If you check it out, it's, a podcast about video games with a wide variety of hosts. interesting thing. I recommend listening to it. So for a split second there, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to send money to Cooler for new art pieces, and then I realized, oh, it's only over $10,000 from March 2nd forward. Maybe I should send Cooler money for art now in case, like, I'm not able to send any money to Cooler. This is a problem. Oh well, worst case scenario, I get to use Ethereum, I guess. It's the most popular gaming podcast in Honduras. Actually, the reality of that is we're now like the 60th most popular gaming podcast in Honduras. But for a minute there, we were the #1 most popular gaming podcast in Honduras. Because from what I can tell, 2 people listen to it in Honduras. So shout outs to our Honduran fans, I suppose. I need to fix this playlist. Because I decided to go out of playlist. I want you to stay in the goddamn playlist. Why is it so difficult? Like, I select playlist and I tell the playlist to play on repeat, and then it's just like, nah, we're not gonna play on repeat. Try that again. Stay in the playlist this time. Aw, poor thing. Stock photo. What kind of plant is it? I have 1, 2, 13. But I also have some of my outdoor plants indoors right now, so it's close. It's actually 16 right now because all of my outdoor plants are indoors, or some of my outdoor plants are indoors because if they're not indoors, then they would well, freeze to death outside right now. Probably water it more often. What is it? I'll probably tell you how often it needs to be watered. There's also like there's apps that you can get for your phone that'll remind you. Water a plant. The onion ring, Elden Ring image. It's on the Discord in memes. Pink. Yeah, you can also get little water bulbs. Those are also helpful. But those are super cheap. Although I was talking about how to make those earlier. All you really need is a plastic water bottle and a pin. Just put a few pin pricks in the bottom of the bottle and stick it in the pot with it. And just let it sit. Those usually do a very good job of, what's the word? Those usually do a rather good job of having roughly the same effect. What? Zone? What about sabotage? Oh, count has been sabotaged. I mean, well, the person's not even in our Discord server anymore. So you know what? Rather than resetting the count, I'm just going to delete that. Direct sabotage of our count to 1 million room is not appreciated. Yeah, when I saw sabotage, I was like, what are you talking about? Count-based sabotage. It's like kind of broken my brain a little bit. But yeah, see if I can find you one of the glass water bulbs. Yeah, these little things. You can buy these little glass things in various shapes. These are the easiest ones, but you can just buy them at Walmart. It's actually a Walmart photo, but yeah, like you just fill these up with water, and then you cram them into the plant pot, and they slowly drain out, and they keep your plants watered. They also look kind of pretty. Pretty cool. So if you're a forgetful person who doesn't like to water their plants enough, that's a nice reminder. Although, if you're going to buy those, buy them from a decent brand. Don't get them at Walmart. To the point where, like, I've considered getting one. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? You can get ones with different water flow capacities. So if you get one with a lower water flow, it's more of a drip. Those are fine for drier plants, but I mean, most dry soil plants, like I have a couple of plants that I can get away with not watering for like a month, and they don't really care. It's just when like it's longer than that they start to care. Kind of surprised that this dwarf hasn't died yet. I keep on expecting Belinair's dwarf to just keel over. But he keeps snapping out of it at the last minute, so shoutouts to him. Speaking of, I got a lot of stuff to read in the word story. A good call. So I gotta go 2 back. Today is a radical day. Hot water required for proper bathing. Orchids are quite pretty. Monstras might grow when watered. Might. My Sindelsdare? I don't actually know what that word is. Steel cutter, so you win. Barely got the conclusion is the prize. Taste my Baramese sauce flavored shoe cannot. I agree. When the blue jay sings, and thanks for keeping the count room going, guys. Cheers. You know, it's been over a year of us doing the count. Over a year. And we've hit spring. Spring has arrived on the calendar. We've moved from late fall into spring, meaning if anything's going to die of old age, it's going to do it right now. So let's see how that goes. Sure is addicted to your Discord. But Cody Monzeb is here with the annual tribute from Busty Just Muck. You just can't help but think about how silly that sabotage was. It's fine. We'll be back. Alrighty. Wait, when you come back, do your best Terminator impression. See you around, Arnold. I know, right? That's exactly where my brain goes. I'll be back. Oh, they actually cleaned that block out of the way, eh? So I guess we'll be able to trade with the elves soon. Wow, that's a big one for them. Also, we are in the year 380, meaning the fort is 375 years old. Just plain peanuts? Shelled peanuts? Unshelled peanuts? Barbecue peanuts? Roasted peanuts? Sunstones are a yellow gem, correct? Oh no, they're more of a... Oh. These are weird looking. Sunstones. You know, I love the fact that, like, Steven Universe is just, like, completely filled up, like, the Google search so much that whenever I look up anything related to DF, there's always something Steven Universe that pops up. Forgotten Realms wiki? Go figure. Those are cool looking. Yeah, no, in-game they're yellow. Those are cool looking, though. I like them. Neat. Did you get it, Stone? Sorry, I was Yeah, they're more orange. I was gonna say like a salmon color. They're like a salmon color. You have it? Good. Ugh. Bah. Boy, oh boy. So apparently my teammate Bellinair has a leak in his restroom and he might need to move because of it, because there's water leaking from the floor above. It's kind of scary. You know, I know that this is such a small thing, but it's like... Apparently Paramount Pictures is restricting its releases from Russia now. So, Stone, I'm just going to read this out loud for anybody who's not looking at chat. Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, writes, don't you hate it when your brain won't stop reminding you of something that upsets you? Yeah, literally the past week and a half, man. Or I guess week, I guess. It's been basically a week at this point, hasn't it? Yeah, basically the last 6 days. More so than normal, but yes, I know exactly what you mean, and I absolutely hate it too. Don't you hate it when your favorite streamer keeps reminding you about a war and a conflict that you don't want to hear about because, like, he's just staring at a doom scroll wall? Don't you hate it? It's real doomer hours over here. But yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean, Stone. I think most people in chat understand that feeling. It's time to turn on the it's time to turn on the water pumps. I need, whoops. 3 picks and 1 crutch. I prefer that over more talk about why mask mandates are the next communist invasion into your country. You know, all I have to say to people that are mad about mask mandates, just shut the fuck up and wait 2 weeks and wait 2 more months. Like, they'll go away. Especially right now. People are like caring less and less. Just give it a couple more months. Yeah, masks are annoying. Lots of things in our world are annoying, but like the the most petty thing that you could possibly be annoyed by. Somebody up the hallway from me was moving out, and last night I went out to go check my mail, and he's just like got the door to the outside propped open with a stick, which is against my building's code of conduct, and you can get fined, I think it's $500 for propping a door open to the outside. But he was doing it anyway, and he also didn't have a mask on, and he was wheeling like a dolly up and down the hallway, which was super fucking loud, and taking buckets of something out of his apartment, and out to where his car is parked outside, because he's moving out, right? And he didn't have a mask on, and he did like this thing with his face. I'm like, dude, I don't give a shit. Like, and he goes, I forgot, I'm sorry. I'm like, if you actually forgot, then you are a complete idiot. You just don't care. And it's like, just commit on your not caring. I hate when people just like halfway pretend to care. Just bothers me at this point. It's like, if you're not going to give a shit, at least, like, commit all the way, you know what I mean? Alright, so the elves have arrived to trade. That being said, I'm going to keep wearing a mask until probably after the mandates are over. But, you know. You do you. Do what makes you happy. Alright, pull the elves in. As a nurse who didn't believe in the vaccines and the stuff really working, I mean,
Oh, I forgot to share this. Thanks for a great 14 months. Not as long as audio, but I'll get there eventually.
I mean, to be fair, there's like 4 people who, well, actually, I think it might be 5 or 6. Like 6 people tops that have been subbed as long as audio. So like and as many months in a row as audio. So don't worry, it's not exactly like something that you need to compete with. But thank you very much for the tier 2 for the 14th month. Welcome back, dude. And thanks for all the support and whatnot that you've thrown at the channels in the interim. On the damn perfumey smells. I want to reiterate something that I told a friend of mine who's very annoyed at the mask mandates still. I love the fact that I can walk into a bank wearing a wool cap and a mask and a scarf showing absolutely none of my face, walk all the way up to the till, take out money, put it in my wallet, and walk out of the building without getting arrested. Because, like, literally, I would have been arrested or, like, told to remove it 2 years ago. I can be super shy in public and not embarrassed by it. It's great. The fact that I can walk into a fucking bank looking like I'm about to rob them and have nobody blink is just wonderful to me. There's something that is just so fucking funny about that. You Hobo Eggman? It's a few people. Hold on. I can actually. Twitch gave me a list of this recently, so in our back end we can actually look at all of the people who've been subscribed since the beginning, and it makes it very easy to look up. I'm just waiting for the trader. I don't think he arrived yet. See him. Where did they put that thing? Flavobox, Stoned Hobo, Eggman, Cyclone, Hoogaroo, and Neil. So, hold on. Flavobox, Stoned Hobo, Eggman, Cyclone, Hoogaroo, Neil, Naughty Shapes. Actually, I think Naughty Shapes. You, Audio. And Adra would, but Adra unsubbed for a couple of months in the middle there. And I think Speedy too. But Speedy's not on this list because Speedy wasn't a founder. There might be like, I think Speedy might have been like a week or so late, so Speedy's not in the initial like list. But yeah, Flavobox is still around, which is incredible to me. Because Flavobox was the first person ever to subscribe to this channel. Which is funny, because Hobo swore that he would be the first person to subscribe to the channel. He was the second, I think. And Hugro, yeah. And Hugro. Like, every now and again, I go back to, like, the list of people. Because, like, I can actually get that list of people that subscribed in the first day. Because we got 31 subscribers in that first day. Way back. Almost none of them are still subscribed. So, my broker, instead of trading, is pondering prognosis. Dude. I know that prognosis probably very much interests you. But, like, could you go trade? Huzzah! How's things? Time to make lunch. You go make that lunch. So apparently, Aperture Desktop job has very positive reviews. So that's great. Prognosis is far more important. It's starting to look that way, isn't it? Like, he's just kind of sitting here. Like, can we go do your actual job, Dwarf? I might need to fire you. Still pondering prognosis. Guy, come on. It's like, I realize that prognosis is a very important field of study, but you know what also is a very important field of study, Dwarf? Trading with the elves. You had a nice week visiting your ma and pa. Hopefully things aren't too weird where you're at. You know, with the world being what it is. Economics? Yeah, exactly! Economics! The value of items and things! I don't want to, like, demote you, do it. But I might need to. All right, well, I guess just like that. I'm going to give it to Errol briefly. So that my mayor can, you know, go trade. Yeah, there you go. Give it back to do it afterwards, but like, come on, do it. You impractical, inefficient, slow little twit. Hold on a second. Wondering why that was taking so long. All right, let's just quickly trade. They brought a wren and a wolf, a yak bull, a hedgehog. Buffalo. Pond turtle. Wolf's kind of fun. Nothing interesting outside of that. I mean, might as well buy some mittens. Hood. And hood, why not? Buy some clothing. Those can just be given to them as a gift. We should make 100 rock pots. I do actually need more rock pots. And then I will give the broker job back to the other dwarf because, frankly, my mayor doesn't have time to do the extra gigs And also, I mean, he is good at it. He's just too busy to care right now, apparently. But yeah, to anybody who's just tuning in, plan for today is we're going to be playing a good chunk of this. Probably like 4 or 5 hours of it total. And then after we're done with the 4 or 5 hours total of this, I mean, yeah, we allowed him time to ponder. We're going to be playing Aperture Desk Job, and then after that, we're going to play Heroes Hour. Although I do need to install Aperture Desk Job, so I'm going to do that in the background. Wandering non-orbs? I'm confused. What? I am now installing Aperture Desk Job. There's also a patch for Portal 1. Ah, I see. They verified it for Steam Deck. That makes sense. I mean, has anybody here played Aperture Desk Job yet? Out of curiosity? Sounds like productivity software. It's a game by Valve in the world of Aperture Science designed to sell Steam Decks. It's literally like a Steam Deck tech demo, and your desk is like supposed to just be a Steam Deck. That's literally all it is. But I really like the world of Aperture Science, so anything that fits into the world of Aperture Science, I will play. Supposedly it's like 30 minutes. It's just like a playable ad for Valve's new toy. Which seems to be fine to me. Sounds better than a lot of stuff out there. I mean, like if they're gonna try and sell me a console that I really don't need, or like an Arch Linux box that runs Arch Linux Steam OS out the gate that also plays your Steam games. If they want to sell that to me, I mean, I'm down to play the demo thing. Why not? So update, the broker is still pondering prognoses. Topic being considered is determining the likely outcome of a given patient's current status. Cool. I feel like every time I tab over to Ballinary stream, I just see you died on the screen. I play games on Windows. I'm too lazy to use Linux, to be honest. I have enough trouble making sure that all my software works. I don't need also worry about another layer of incompatibility. Is there a book called Prognosis in Super Paper Mario? What? I've never actually played a Paper Mario game, so I wouldn't understand the reference if there was one. Got too many cougars. Gotta slaughter a lot of my cougars. Just gonna slaughter all of the cougars on this screen. Well, some more of the peacocks. I've played very few Nintendo games. I've never been a Nintendo person. It's like I've played games for most of my life, but like outside of like stuff that was on the Game Boy Advance and a few 3DS titles, like I've played very few Nintendo games. It's like I basically only ever owned handheld Nintendo consoles. But I never bought a Switch. I do own a Super Nintendo, but it's not plugged into anything, and it hasn't been plugged into anything in about a decade, probably. I saved it from my grandma's house, but I have that more because it's like a weird family artifact than anything. It was my cousin's before my grandma got it, so. We are making rock pots. As I'm noticing that we're short. Pretty old console? I own far older things. You want to see something that's far older than the console that I own? I'll show you something that's far older than that console. How about walking to the park with this on your shoulder? Being the least popular person in town. Hey, Tygo. Are things quiet where you're at? Or is shit exploding? I received an email this morning, or no, yesterday morning, that a record that I forgot that I ordered from a seller in Russia, the shipment got canceled, which is scary. Quiet overall as of yet. Yeah. I'm really happy that you take the time to check in with the stream, because it's like there's a few people in kind of scary spots that it's just nice to hear from people. What just happened to my frame? Frame rate went kaput again. It seems to almost always be caused by animals, though. Yeah, I'm still just like staring at any news that I can get my hands on to follow what's happening. Yeah. Haven't sterilized cats. There isn't a single cat in this fort. Well, that's not true. We have cougars. Actually, it's the peacocks that have been causing problems because I've been crafting fast enough that the dwarves can't collect their eggs, so they keep making baby peacocks, which is impacting the frames. In fact, I think it might be this one. It's causing me problems right now. That, or there's water leaking somewhere. There's nothing in there. Let's see what happens. Sometimes it just... Well, actually, hold up. Are the elves leaving? They might be causing the frames. It's hard to diagnose frame rate problems with a fort this old because it could be anything. Classic animal pathing pranks. I mean, it could also be something that just spawned in. It could be these durians. It could be the pond grabbers even. But yeah, I've seen a lot of footage of Kharkiv getting completely obliterated. It really seems like they're just trying to make an example of it. It's really sad to see. Good news, though, is Russians can no longer buy Adidas. Whatever that means. Which is hilarious for meme reasons, but that's about it. It's kind of it's kind of sad. It's kind of terrifying watching the live streams, Red Octo, because every now and again you'll see something run by or you'll hear explosions in the background, but every now and again the camera will just turn off and it's like, what happened? I've kind of like stopped having the live streams up. I also realized that people are like leaving Google reviews near buildings where fighting are happening. Like there was an article that I saw last night and another one that I saw this morning about how people keep leaving Google reviews on buildings, basically saying it's like, oh, there's Russians camping here, or don't go here because there's heavy fighting here, which is freaky. What's going on? There could also just be stuff going on off map that's causing frames. And everybody's doing something, which means nobody's like stuck. It's not one of my dwarves. You were there for uni errands once. You're not an architecture type person at all, but it was beautiful. Such a waste. What, in Kharkiv? How far is Kharkiv from you? For me, judging distance in that part of the world is really difficult because it's like it all looks so tiny and close together. Like my mental image of like the size of a country is like kind of warped due to the fact that I'm in Canada and not like in a smaller country. Like a 4-hour ride by bus. Okay. By bus? Oh geez. It's like I don't know. What is the square footage or the square kilometer of Ukraine? Oh, what, 600,000 square kilometers versus the country I live in? Yeah, so Canada's 9.985 million square kilometers, whereas Ukraine is 600,000. So yeah, my scale of size of country is like very warped. Although if this ends poorly for Russia, maybe Canada can take the crown as the biggest country in the world. Maybe. About a 5-hour Naruto run. Yeah, you could do it. Just be quick. Another potential culprit. All right. I think it's enough of that. YouTube refuses to stay in playlists and repeat playlists, so we'll just use noise machine. Rather not get content struck. Ow. It's either bus or train. You don't have domestic flights? I mean, like, I can get on a plane and fly from the Abbotsford airport to Vancouver Island, which is like a 40-minute flight. It's like a 35-minute flight. For like $80. Your scientific advisors, a lot of friends there. I hope they're all staying safe. Are they even, like... I don't know. I was, like, talking with my mom yesterday about, like, what happens if we get bombed here. And it's like, I would go down to the underground parking. But my parents, like, have nowhere they could go. Because there's literally, like, no bomb shelters anywhere around here. I kind of wonder what the equivalent of that is in Ukraine. It, like, can't be great considering how many people are just, like, in the subway. They're just, like, underground. Metro's getting a little too real right about now. Let's disable all of these crafts jobs. Give Me Shelter is such a good song. Five to 10 minutes of walking? Well, my Oma loves to tell this story about World War II when she was in Germany. About how she was running for a bomb shelter during an air raid and didn't make it into the bomb shelter. The doors had shut. And she pressed herself up against the doors of the bomb shelter. Bomb hit the bomb shelter directly, killed everybody in the shelter, but the door, like, fell over on the concrete floor that walks into the shelter, and the door protected her from the blasts. Even bomb shelters aren't the safest spot to be. Yeah, I hope my Oma's doing okay right now. Or I kind of hope my Oma doesn't know about any of this stuff, but she probably does. She's 90 and kind of losing it a little bit. But no, it's not. Also, Metro's a legitimate bomb shelter. It's been made military status object since forever. You aren't even supposed to take photos inside? Oh, really? Huh. That's interesting. Well, I mean, at the very least, it's a legitimate bomb shelter, but... I mean, it's certainly not stopping people from taking photos. I mean, this surfaced on Reddit yesterday. This is probably actually my favorite photo that's surfaced out of any of this. Aw, kitty! There's something about people hiding in the bomb shelters with their pets that just makes me real happy, but also really sad. That's a very pissed off cat. Like, could you imagine hanging out, like, trying to keep your cat from fighting with other people's pets? Like, you want to see an angry cat? There's an angry cat. Look, man, fuck this shit. Here's a link to the thread if anybody wants it. But, you know. There's also a picture that out of Kharkiv yesterday of somebody jumping a like danger area because there'd been a blast, so there was like debris all over the road, and so they were taping it off. There was somebody jumping the tape with a jar with a fish in it and a kennel with a cat in it. Again, are we the baddies? For whatever it's, I don't know how quickly news spreads over there Tygo. But there's reports of Russians running out of food, Russians running out of fuel, one case of a armored vehicle that intentionally sabotaged its own fuel tank and ditched it and ran off, and the soldiers ran off into the forest. I think that moment is happening slowly. It's just not happening all at once. But it is happening. Considering, like, the amount of reports I've seen of just these fucking kids, because that's what most of them are, as part of the Russian invasion force. Literally just ditching and running because they didn't realize they were being sent into a war zone. Like, most of these kids are younger than me. I mean, there was that post that Zelensky posted yesterday or the day before. I don't know. Time means nothing. Where it basically was like, if you are a Russian soldier, they'll help you get to Latvia to be able to seek asylum. So, I don't know, if you're a Russian in a tank, just surrender and go to Latvia. War of Zoomers? Yeah, and they're all on TikTok, dude. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them are. Like, seriously, TikTok got really fucking weird. Than it was. TikTok to me just felt like this social media platform that people are all just like, wee, and happy all the time. And then all of a sudden it's like, war footage. It's like, whoa. The fact that your population is armed right now is doing us a bit of a disservice in this regard. Unfortunately, Russians can't be sure that that a protest is peaceful. Yeah. Yeah, that part is kind of concerning. I don't know, but in some ways it's better for you guys to be armed than to not be. Just found an article on Reddit about an anonymous Russian oligarch offering $1 million for Putin's head. This is wild. Do you have a link to that? Now, is that $1 million or 1 million rubles? Because, like, depending. I could probably... how much is 1 million rubles in Canadian dollars? Hold on. Hold on. I need a calculator. I could afford a million rubles. Most of my life savings, but I could do that. I could afford that. Yeah, it's 11,000 Canadian dollars for 1 million rubles. I have slightly more than that. You want to stick sharp nails under both of your eyelids? Oh yeah, also, apparently Canada has closed ports to Russian ships now. It's fun. Which is also why that record that I ordered from Russia a while ago that I completely forgot about got canceled. It's like, sorry, this will not be shipped. It's fine. I had to respond to a seller on Discogs from Russia the other day saying, apologies, but we won't be able to ship this order. Welcome back, Arnie. Good to see you, Taylor. Well, the dwarves are just making us rock pots, although they should be done pretty quick. The first page which shows Putin's head in Reddit search. Hold on. Look. Oh, I see, yeah. In /Ukraine. Russian entrepreneur puts a $1 million bounty on Putin's head. Well, I mean, jumping straight to the point. Can I just say that it's funny to me that the first post on this thread on Reddit is literally just, I'd like to donate to this. Can we just have like a GoFundMe to assassinate Putin? I shouldn't be laughing at that. I mean, this is pretty Canadian referencey thing, but Canadian Tire money is more valuable than the Russian ruble right now, which is literally like Monopoly money. It's like you can get a 10-cent coupon. Also, I'm still not totally sure where my frame rate went. I'm just kind of hoping the elves leave soon and hoping that it picks back up when they leave. I'm kind of wondering if they're just having some weird pathing problem. The thing is with this thread, I do wonder if it's legit though, because like it is like using a Facebook story as its credit. Unless like the person who's put up that bounty is like very much corroborating and legitimizing it, I do wonder if that's just utter bullshit. Twitch blocks Putin as a swear word? What? Really? Oh, hold on. Are you seeing? Oh, actually, does it just pop up as four stars or as a couple of stars for Putin? Because if it does, do normal swear words pop up as stars? Because then you just have Twitch set in safe mode, and in your user settings you should be able to disable that. But that's really funny. That's really funny. I'm kind of not surprised based on what some chat rooms looked like the other day, but also a wee bit tacky. I don't know. Putin is now a slur. I mean, this is like saying Jagex blocks your password because I still see Putin when you guys write Putin. Apparently things are bad in Mariupol right now. I think today Russia might start taking some cities. Just from what I've seen. How's the day in streams? Oh, you know. Diamond's still real doomer hours. Frame rate went kaput. Not totally sure why, and I'm trying to figure it out. Like, this is the frame rate right now. Frame rate right now, it's like null. Just had to mess with some bus ticket and card website for your mom. Well, as long as it's sorted. Official Apple online store is shutting down in Russia. I feel like that's just gonna keep going, right? Like every day or so, we're just gonna see more and more and more sites shutting down their online stores for Russia. The question is like, I'm really curious to see if that even has a positive effect on things. Because, like, you know what? Fucking, I'm gonna try shutting off the water. See if that's got something to do with it. The frames being silly. There isn't like a dwarf in here or something, is there? No. Oh. Yeah, I mean, the worst outcome of this is Russia becomes hyper isolated and just becomes an absolute dictator state, which nobody wants. I think the best outcome of this is that Russia gets some political reform and ends up in a better place. I just want to be able to keep buying art from Cooler, right? Like, that's the sad bit. I just want to be able to, you know, continue doing what I'm doing. It's untranslatable to languages like English. I mean, Merchant Brigade. Last night I was watching an RPAN stream, which is the Reddit Public Access Network stream, and it's basically just like, it's mostly just like random people staring at their phone, like filming themselves playing drums or something. But there's been a lot of RPAN streams, which are just like people in Kiev or people in various places in Ukraine just like talking about their status. And this one guy that I stumbled upon yesterday for a bit was just telling jokes, but he was translating them into English. A lot of Ukrainian jokes do not translate into English very well. Was just trying to pass the time while playing Lookout on a major road on his balcony, and he was just telling jokes to Reddit. And Reddit's just like, that's very dark, sir. I just want to say that my favorite trending things that have trended on Twitter in the past week, Animal, is when Canada took all Russian alcohol off shelves. And so Smirnoff was trending in Canada, but also it was the same day that Trudeau like addressed everything that was going on. And when Trudeau said Putin's name, it sounded like he said Poutine once, like he like literally had like a slip of the tongue where he said Poutine. So Poutine and Smirnoff were trending on Twitter for like a solid 12 hours in Canada, which is like, I can't not like chuckle at that because it's just funny. I mean, there's a number of this people in Russia, in this chat, that are in Russia right now. So yes, I've definitely gotten that report from them. Merchant Brigade. Not sure where you're at, but I think this is your first time to the stream. Also, you know, just welcome to the stream in general, by the way. I swear during normal times it's more of a DF stream and less of a let's just sit here and talk about minorly Dwarf Fortress adjacent things. Man, this has been like the longest spring I've had in this fort in a while. You saw my post on that? Oh, in the memes room? Yeah. I know I shared this in the memes room, but this is still my favorite piece of anything to come out of this. Just, we need more like fake IKEA instructions for like, can someone make fake IKEA instructions on how to drive a tank? Like, can we get that, please? Please? It's just too funny. It's just on Discord, but there's a link to the image. I hope that people in Russia demand what's right for them and demand legitimate election under democratic surveillance. But for that to come, the military and National Guard have to be on board too. Yeah, I honestly, like, even if they don't end up with a full on like reform, uh, it would at the very least be nice to see a change of the guard. You know? If nothing else. Good afternoon. Isn't every season the longest season you've ever had because of frame rate slowdown? Oh, we've had a like exceptional frame rate slowdown. I'm at significantly lower frame rates than normal right now, and I don't actually know why. So I'm trying to figure that out. I think that the elves that are currently trying to trade with me are having some pathing problems getting out of the fort. So that might have something to do with it. But yeah, this particular... it's a strange thing. See? This particular one is stuck. Is that video recent? Because I saw that video pop up, and it's a great TikTok. Don't get me wrong, like it's a phenomenal little TikTok. But is that recent? And is that legit? Because I've seen conflicting reports as to whether or not that's a recent and or legit video. Please frame rate, please speed up. Will the real good frame rates please speed up? There we go. How's that? It's legit? Damn! Because that's maybe my favorite thing I've ever seen on TikTok ever. Yeah, like I'm looking at Reddit right now, and like there's a lot of there's a lot of information basically stating that that video is not recent. So I don't really know who to trust on that. So, but it is still a good video. It's neat that it's being circulated. This is the video that I think that Tygo's referring to. But like I said, I don't know if that one's legitimate unless you're referring to other ones. Yeah, I've seen those. I saw a video of that, Tyga, which is real funny. Nice video, it fake. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much, Diamond. It's probably fake news that TikTok about the armored vehicle is fake. I mean, see, here's the thing. It's probably not recent. It's probably also not actually stolen hardware. However, it doesn't change the fact that it's really funny that that video is getting shared around right now. Like, even if it was made by somebody who is not involved in the conflict and that video is not connected to the conflict, the video is going viral right now in an area where people are, in fact, trying to drive either abandoned or stolen military hardware. So, doesn't change the fact that that video is exploding and getting a lot of eyeballs on it right now and showing people how to drive an armored vehicle. Because, like I was saying earlier today, like you don't exactly just put the key in and turn it and go, right? You have to like, it's more to it than that. But there's more to it than that. But still a good video. I guess kind of the long story short is, hey, if anybody in possession of any kind of Russian hardware could just like make tutorials on how to turn it on, how to open doors from outside, how to sabotage gas tanks. All of that would be very useful. Alexa, start tank. Which is weird, actually. Thing's just a big rig with a manual gearbox. If you only drive it, seems far more complicated than it needs to be. Like that to facilitate field repairs. I mean, it's just a massive manual system with a manual gear shifter, right? Still, like, trying to check doors to see if anything's stuck anywhere. Yeah, you just say Blat enough, and you just start swearing in Russian at it, and eventually something happens, right? There was also this post that my mom showed me, which was in what my mom refers to as married women gardening Twitter, which is like the one portion of Twitter my mom takes part in, which is just basically gardeners talking about their gardens. And there was this post from someone in Saskatchewan basically saying, hey, you know, like, why don't we just fly every person from Ukraine to Canada? We got more than enough space. It's like, you guys could just have Saskatchewan. Like, that's fine. It's more or less the same, like, landmass wise. It's like roughly the same kind of terrain. There's more than enough space to house everybody. Got enough space. Are you saying that if you say that 3 times in a mirror and spin in circles and turn the light on and off, Putin appears behind you and immediately enlists you into his military, right? Without rations, of course. I really wish that that neighbor would fucking finish moving out already. He's been moving out for like 3 days, and he just makes so much goddamn noise in the hallway. It's annoying as shit. Claims he's moving out because the neighbors are annoying. It's like, right now, the only annoying loud neighbor is you because you've been moving out for 3 days. How much shit do you have in that, like, 400 square foot apartment you live in? God. I'm very frustrated with this frame rate. I'm gonna do a hard save and reload. Don't think it'll do anything, but... Expecting me to be the only neighbor? I mean, I'm not even loud. I have big speakers. Big speakers does not mean I'm loud. I'm quite a quiet neighbor. Considering there was one point where I got really, really, really messed up and I played my music really loud, like way louder than I normally do for an evening. And the next day I felt bad, so I went over to my neighbor's front door next to me, who I talk with sometimes, who I get along quite well with, and left a sticky note on their window basically saying, hey, is my music too loud? Just, like, leave a note on my door if it is. And they left a note on my door the next day saying, you play music? With a question mark. So, I'm not the loud neighbor, clearly. Oh, that person wanted to be the annoying one. Oh, I understand. Let's try reloading. Nope, so it's not a memory problem. Actually, let's try this. Lock the dwarves in the tavern. Okay, that just made the frames worse. Yeah, I'm not. Whoop! That actually helped a little bit for a second there. I don't know what's going on. Something's going on funky with the frames. I'll be back in a second, chat. Gotta check something. It was low when I woke up. Gonna go stab my finger. Oh yeah. Also, uh, my blood sugar's not low or high or anything. We're actually good. Yesterday at noon, I received a text message thingy in my phone, which made my phone ring. I looked at it and said, "This is a test alert of national threat response. Please disregard." So they're testing to make sure that our, you know, national threat alarms work. Which currently, right now, are just for Amber Alerts, lost children, and earthquakes, heavy weather, that kind of thing. And now it's like, oh, so like in case of invasion, we've tested this just to double check. Cool. You must say you absolutely understand Russian soldiers too. If you were forced to choose between invading a neighboring country or being incarcerated for 25 years, I'd probably just shit bricks and go into depression. I think if I was told to invade a neighboring country or be forced to spend 25 years in prison, I would do exactly the same thing a lot of those Russian soldiers, or like maybe not a lot, but some of those Russian soldiers have done, which is walk across the border in the invasion fleet, and at first a sign of opportunity, punch a hole in my gas tank, run out of fuel, conveniently, and then desert. And try and get into a different country. Is probably what I would do. I'd also probably die of lack of insulin. So. Oh, excellent. Lots of good fake IKEA instructions popping up in Discord right about now. I especially like the Jalorian. The Jalorian? Jalorian? Huh. The threat test in Hawaii a few years ago? What happened in Hawaii? Years ago. Remember when the air siren once had to go off for some industrial building site was on fire and the toxic fumes went to the air? Oh, that's fun. Well, I mean, it landed on my phone at least, so. I think it was a ballistic missile test, but they didn't tell anyone it was a test. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think I remember that. Just like mass hysteria going off because everybody thought that they were getting nuked. Like they forgot. Yeah. The 2018 false missile alert. Yeah, no, I absolutely remember seeing this screenshot. They pressed the wrong button. Yeah, well, I mean, human error, as per usual. But yeah, I don't know. This shit's just so weird. 2 weeks ago, if you asked me if I thought that this would happen, I would say no, we're above this, but apparently Putin's not. You know what? Let's try this. Let's try this. Turn off all of these animals for slaughter, because frames got bad around the time I set all these animals to be slaughtered. See if this speeds things up. The intern is ridiculously lucky for evading the fallout. You imagine that more than a couple people want to strangle him personally still? What, for that false missile alert? Or are you referring to something else? I'm assuming you're talking about the false missile alert. I mean, it certainly probably gave a few people a heart attack, so, you know. I think that the craziest thing that's happened in the past few days about all this stuff are just all of these former Russian political figures calling or like opposition party members calling for chaos or people to resign or people to like protest in any way. That has been so fascinating to see. Like right now there's a thread where a former Russian minister is asking Russian diplomats to protest by resigning. Well, so do you remember how a few months ago, the bullshit with Activision Blizzard really took off? A few months ago, you remember that? Well, you remember how Activision Blizzard didn't really start to do anything or address it until it started to cost them money? Well, Putin's war is starting to cost a lot of members of the Communist Party of Russia a lot of money. So that to me is not that surprising that people are starting to like stand up and say things just because it is costing them a lot of money. If it wasn't costing them as much money, it would make more sense. It would make less sense to me. But everyone was just baffled and thought it was a troll. I mean, I was talking with my dad about this last night, and it's because there's people on social media right now with very legitimate statements, like talking about like why wasn't there this amount of support for like when the Taliban was taking over, and why wasn't there this amount of support for Palestine? And it kind of comes down to the difference between an invasion of one country into another and civil wars and infighting within a country. It's a lot more difficult for people on the outside to get involved with a conflict like that if you're not originally from there, or unless you have friends there. Whereas with this, it's like it does make sense to me why somebody from the Taliban would call for Russia to stop, because Taliban, from their perspective, just wanted to take over their country again, right? Which, as fucked up of a group of people as they are, that was their goal, was to take their country back. And they would be just as opposed to Russia invading them, right? I mean, you can if you want, audio. It's that's a spicy subject, put it that way. could be justified as retaliation. Yeah, there isn't any retaliation here. I mean, I also have thoughts on Israel and Palestine, but I'm actually no. I feel like that would probably be a good discussion for you and me to have over voice chat quietly with T at some point, not in a Twitch chat. But I mean, if Russia invaded Israel, I think there would be the same amount of uproar from everywhere else. Just like if China invaded Taiwan, the exact same thing that's happening here would happen there. Although I fear that if China invaded Taiwan, it would be over a lot quicker. Durians are fighting. I wonder if the Durians are not helping. Elves started to leave yet? In mid-spring. I'm bewildered by how slow this frame rate has gotten. Whoa! This might be the slowest consistent frame rate we've had ever in Longdeath. Although there was a few periods of a couple of years there where we had really shitty. To me, most of the stuff between Israel and Palestine can be boiled down to, this is the problem with religion! Which is why it's such a spicy subject. By the way, people are talking a lot about impending disinformation campaign tomorrow, or about an impending disinformation campaign tomorrow. If you see headlines about Ukraine, it's probably bullshit. Well, that's good to know. That being said, right as I said, that frame rate's actually started to speed up. We're probably closer to about 10 FPS instead of around 5. 1,000. Yeah, about that. But yeah, noted about impending disinformation campaigns. Although, this may be just me, Tygo, but one of the ways that I'm, like, figuring out if things are false or not is just, like, DM it to Cutest Ghost and just be like, does this... is this something that's being shared where you're at? If it's not, like, being shared around Russia, it's more likely to be real. In the words of Scott Manley, if only politics were as easy as rocket science. In the words of me from a couple days ago, killing people is bad. Please stop. Also, another thing that I keep seeing is like that convoy of trucks, personnel, and supplies headed towards Kiev keeps getting longer. Like the first time I heard about it, it was a 10-kilometer long string of vehicles. Then reportedly it was a 25-kilometer long, then it was 30, and now they've gone up to 40 miles. Which is annoying because people are just like interchanging kilometers and miles in this, depending on who's reporting it. It's like if it's an American outlet reporting it, they almost always refer to it as miles, which drives me bonkers. But they're constantly reporting that it's getting longer. It's getting longer because people keep running out of fuel and causing blockages. And so it's stretching. It's like Nobi Boy. It's just stretching. Yeah, it's fucking invasion traffic jams, literally. Also, shoutouts to that wall of people that blocked them at one point and made them turn around. Also, frame rates are picking up. Because the elves are leaving. Yeah, I'll bet you, like, the cause of the frame rate issues was, the elves having some funky pathfinding trying to leave and not being able to. But yeah, the frames came back when the elves left. The elves stole my frames! God damn it! Yeah. In stock Photoman's defense, that is kind of how we, or at the very least, I was taught how to say Ukraine because of just outdated curriculum, unfortunately. Yeah. Correct people when they do that. Tanks with no crew because the crew went back to their families is even better than tanks with no crew. Yeah, no, the FPS spiked back up to where it was before. My theory is they must have been, the elves must have had some trouble pathing out of the fortress for some reason. And while they were stuck, they wrecked my frame rate. So frames are just back to where they were. Yeah, I don't know. Howdy, Disco. Welcome to Real Doomer Hours. Or maybe Global Doomer Hours? I don't know. They definitely leavesed. Leavesed? Leavesed, yes. Mostly Ukraine. So if you want to offset it with more positive talks, options are welcome. That being said, I will just continue sharing this image of the Swedish fuck you machine. Because it's just too goddamn amusing. Apparently, Russian state media has been removed from Google News. Also, Netflix removed all of the Russian channels from Russian Netflix, which means Netflix might get bopped. And people on Reddit were calling it Netflix, which I think is very funny. The post I never thought I'd see. How do I integrate a PLC with Twitch? PLC. Oh yeah, programmable. Okay, no, I understand what you mean now. I guess that means Cooler's VPN is working then, because Cooler's in chat. I'm not too shocked based on like some of the weird shit people stream on Twitch audio. Like, do you guys remember when that one guy was like, "Hey, Twitch chat, have control over my $50,000 stock portfolio. Go nuts." Do you remember that? And people were just like investing in stocks for this guy. Does anybody remember that? He like set up a bot to like invest in the stock market with $50,000, and Twitch chat made him money. Because like that happened. Honestly, one thing you've gotten out of so far is a decision to... One thing which I've gotten out of it so far is a decision to always donate to peace charities and never develop weapons. Which is kind of fucked up, because my friend was talking to me about how this war in Ukraine is a reason why all Canadians should have weapons. I'm like, what? Or like the reason why we should remove Russian weapons. How long did Twitch chat make him money? I can't remember. It didn't make him a ton of money, but they did make him money. This was a while ago. I'd have to look it up. Diamond. Sounds like it's a gamer that wants to have a PLC trigger things like desk fan, etc. based on channel point redemptions. I mean, that's cool. Hell yeah. Just like that one channel that I know for $10 in bits, you can fire a golf ball at him. He has a little air power. He has a little air cannon that's low power. That's like down here. Actually, no, it's full of ping pong balls, not golf balls. But it's like pointed at him, and if you donate $10, it goes foop and hits him in the head with a golf ball or ping pong ball. Much less heavy than a golf ball, but it hits him with a ping pong ball. And it's real funny when he's like super hyper focused on a very like intensive game, and that's like boom, 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 because someone donated like $100. And he's just like trying to play Dark Souls or something, and then just like he's getting shot with balls. Would you pay money to hit me with a ball cannon? Because I'd pay money to hit me with a ball cannon. Yeah. No, I completely agree, Tygo. I mean, my biggest fear and worry is, regardless of how this ends, that it's just going to cause increased military spending around the world, which is, no, I don't want to clean confetti out of my carpet, thanks. I don't, maybe a plushie cannon. If we could get like a cannon that shoots Beanie Babies at me, I'd be down for that. I think I need to make these dwarves new clothing. A few complaints about old clothes. Not seeing many though. Anyway, my biggest worry is that all of this is going to end with increased military spending around the world, just kind of ongoing, and military spending is not very green. It's not good for trust. It's not good for a lot of things. And I think that is kind of scary. Because, like, Canada has had a very low military budget for quite some time for obvious reasons. Like, we've had no reason to, right? But I think that suddenly increased military spending being a priority due to fear of war just leads to more conflict. Eventually people are like, well, we have this shit. We got to use it for something. Unfortunately. You had a confetti cannon used in your flat. You've been finding confetti lying around for about 10 years afterwards. Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, no, I have no desire to find or to get confetti out of my carpet. Even if I owned the place, I wouldn't want a confetti cannon. I would need like a splash zone cover for my carpet and like plastic everywhere just so I could clean it up. It would just drive me nuts. I remember I got covered in glitter at a concert years ago because I saw Steel Panther, and they had a confetti cannon as part of their set. And when they fired it off, it got all in my hair and whatnot. I was finding confetti in my mattress and in my apartment. I still sometimes find little sparkles in my clothes. Specifically that shirt that I wore that day, which was a Slipknot shirt. There's little sparkles on it. I saw someone who has a leaf blower aimed at his face, which is attached to subs. Really? That sounds annoyingly loud. I don't know, if somebody wants to build me a plushie cannon. If someone wants to build me a rubber duck cannon, I will load it full of rubber ducks and shoot rubber ducks at me in exchange for money, if that's something you guys want. Well, I mean, remember to carry sunflower seeds in your pockets into battle. I will say, that one lady managed to rebrand sunflowers as a peace symbol in like one sentence. So that's actually something that I'm really hopeful. I hope that she's okay. And I hope that she knows the amount of impact that she's had. Duck you, you rubber quacker. Quack this, you rubber ducker. No. See, like, I don't want to be the noisy neighbor, Tycho. See, that's the thing. I can't be the noisy neighbor. I don't want to get evicted in particular. Well, at the very least, my frame rate was fixed when the elves left. This is a crazy thing. This was posted by the Kiev Independent like 40 minutes ago. 80,000 Ukrainians have come back from abroad since Russia invaded further. According to Interior Ministry, which cites the State Border Guard Service, the vast majority of these citizens were men who joined the ranks of the armed forces and other military formations. That's insane. That's actually insane. Yeah, but sunflowers are now a global peace symbol instead of like, because like if you asked me about that 2 weeks ago, I would have had no idea, right? But it's literally like my neighbor just across the way. I don't really want to take a picture of it because it'll literally expose where I live. But my neighbor just across, like the kind of backyard area behind my building, literally has a giant plastic sunflower there now. Like, I mean, admittedly, they have family in Ukraine, because it's that neighbor who left 20,000 euros in the backyard of his family's property. I haven't spoke with them. I hope that their family's all right, but I don't know. It's scary as shit. I'm doing a bad Google, Diamond. Yeah, I haven't found one. Oh, wait, hold up. No, haven't found any. So I guess you need to make one, Diamond. Although this is a pretty alright meme. Don't do bad Googles. Dude, I do so many bad Googles, don't worry. I'm already on the list, so I'll take one for the team. Maybe forever. Yeah, well. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. For the bot that I can't restart. You do not know Chad? Do you not know the term Chad? A Chad is like a sarcastic term for somebody who considers themselves an alpha male, or like someone who spends too much time in the gym kind of thing. That's what a Chad is. Douchebag gym bro. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know. Just saying. Might need to be careful with that one, I don't know. Totally new to you? You'd never heard the term Chad? Hold on, let's see if I can give you the Urban Dictionary. Just someone who looks like a classic jock? Yeah, well, a Chad is like someone who obviously plays football. Doesn't necessarily need to be an asshole, but... According to Urban Dictionary, it's something very different. No, but I do like the memes of why is Putin invading Ukraine because he's scared of men dating. I do like that one. Which I've seen bouncing around. But, you know. He is, in fact, very much a backwards asshat when it comes to the subject. And there's Chode. Chode is like the inverse of Chad. It's like instead of like being a big, strong person, it's like the wimpy baby person. I did see this joke the other day saying that the reason that the Russian convoy to Kiev keeps getting longer is because they can't fit the entirety of Putin's discussions table. So they need to expand the convoy to add more space for his table, which is truly very funny to me. It's like, well, the reason the convoy is so long is because they need to fit the entirety of Putin's discussions table. Very stubby. I mean, the literal definition of chode is small penis, so. I mean, don't make me Urban Dictionary chode. I have the power and I will do it. Seasons have changed. Moving into summer. You know, I've always heard so many conflicting reports about that. To the point where it's just like, most people are just tired of caring. Pause. But I feel you there. Not a massive lad myself, I feel you. Got a meme idea? Need good pictures? Give me like 10 to 15 minutes. Are you making spicy politics memes? Man, why does this version of Dwarf Fortress keep doing that? Whenever it's... Like, I've run into this... Maybe it's a memory issue thing, but like, I've run into this issue now with this particular fortress where whenever it saves, it minimizes when it's done saving. I don't know. Urban Dictionary never fails to be amusing, if nothing else. Also, according to Urban Dictionary, the definition of chode is a penis that is wider than it is long. Okay. Chode is also another term for Justin Bieber, according to Freddie Fuckface as of October 2010. So, you know. "2010, ancient history." 12 years ago, dude. We had the Olympics here in 2010. What's crazy is, like, there are people who want to have the Olympics here again in Vancouver in 2030. Oh, we're getting the official news reports now of Apple suspending the sale of all products in Russia. It's relevant. Frog. For recent history, it's pretty ancient. It certainly feels ancient. Also, yeah, I think that Stock Photos man's statement would work better in verbally instead of like in Twitch chat. Like, well aware that it doesn't fit into the term ancient, but it feels ancient. It feels like such a long time ago. So, oh, someone got a Putin needs a longer table. Putin's just invading Ukraine so that he can extend the length of his discussions table. Clearly. He's moved to a bunker in Siberia so that his table fits between him and... Yes. I do like that Putin has really big table jokes. Those have been very amusing. Ooh. You know, I feel like I should make a room on the Discord for just collecting Frog. Because, like... But I don't know. Maybe that's too general. Because, like... Man, I don't know. I feel like I need to reorganize some of the rooms on my Discord. I don't really have, like, a retro room or anything. Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but I've been watching, like, Twitter statistics, Tygo. And President of the Ukraine Zelensky went from about 300,000 Twitter followers to almost 5 million in the past week. Also, the humans have arrived to trade, as per usual. I'm also staring at this and realizing that I could literally just make a Ukrainian flag out of these colors. I could. But I also feel like I should do that in a different fort. I've got too many crafts, help. Oh, look at that. A Wild Kid Fox Games appears. Hello. How is things? Someone pointed out yesterday on YouTube comments something that I didn't even notice, which is that I accidentally placed the chat with Tarn Adams on the 3rd of the 3rd month at 3 p.m., which means by logic we have to announce Half-Life 3. So are you guys prepared to do that? You had an Under Siege fort when you said that and it made you sad? Wait, why? Oh, really? Frog? You legit thought that was intentional? We always do them at 3 p.m. and we always do them on Thursdays. It just happened to be that Thursday because like Tarn asked if I wanted to do it the next day, which in hindsight is really good that we didn't, because that would have been like first real day of war. And that might have been like a very distracted chat. I was like, you know, let's give me a week to like get shit sorted. He's like, I can either do tomorrow or we could do next week or the week after. I'm like, yeah, let's do next week. So it was just kind of a unintentional, like it just kind of happened though. I have a feeling it'll come up regardless, but. God, that explosion in that munitions depot is like fucking bonkers. It literally looks like a mini mushroom cloud. It's crazy. Crazy. Humans Royal Treasure have arrived. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem like they brought a... Well, actually, did they? Hold up. I think we actually have both caravans. For the first time in, like, a very, very, very long time, actually. That's kind of nuts. Also, do it. Do you actually want to trade this time? Or are you just going to sit around doing other things? You do actually want to trade. Yay. Yeah, you just need a big, big, big bang. And a munitions supply depot is enough to do that. I don't know if you've seen that footage. You feel really sorry for detractors. You feel like if people in Russia were treated well. Yeah, no, absolutely. Which is why I hope that this all ends with, like, average Russian people being treated better. Yeah. It was just kind of, doing my job has been difficult the past week. Like, I originally totally planned on just putting up the, questions video for people to submit questions to Tarn, like, the next day. But, like, a combination of doom-scrolling depression and, not wanting to do anything kind of kept me from it. But I do have, how much is in this doc right now? 42 questions. So far. Although I think I'm going to do less user questions this time and just talk about the roadmap for a good chunk of it. As like the roadmap's there, and I'm sure he's got stuff to say on all of those subjects. So that's probably going to be a good chunk of my chat with Tarn. The humans from the Merchants Guild are I'm very happy to see them, because like they seem to have brought both of the human factions to trade this time, which is good. Meaning I can actually get my gold, my brass, my electrum, my black bronze, my rose gold, and bismuth. My everything. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. What, that mushroom clouds don't need a nuclear explosion, just a big explosion? You still have to pay taxes? Wait, really? Yeah, I was actually wondering about that the other day. It's like, I wonder what, like, day-to-day business running for private business owners in Ukraine is like right now. Like, are you guys still, like, filing, like, your tax returns and whatnot for this year? Like, how's that going? That's gotta be a weird job to have right now. Oh, frame has got a little fucky again. I wonder if merchants are getting stuck at the edge of the map. Just curious to see if there's, like, merchants stuck anywhere up here. Because I am starting to wonder. Whenever we get traders, we get massive frame rate drops. You made some art at work the other day and posted it in post art. Wanted to make a drawing of a Ukraine map, but it was too stretched and morphed, and even after like 6 tries. Hey, you know, gotta learn geography somehow. I like the little upset face in the middle, unless that wasn't intentional. It looks like he tried to draw a little smiley face in the Black Sea. Our work from home as usual. Educational establishments are closed for 2 weeks countrywide. I certainly hope so. Buses were running today and everything seemed normal. You felt like you were going mad looking out the window. Just watching the live streams on YouTube is kind of amazing because it's like, bus goes by. Another bus goes by. And then chat's just like, yay, bus is still alive. Yay, the bus is still alive. Yay, the bus is still alive. There's just like explosions going off in the background of the live stream and people are cheering for the bus driving by. It's like, holy shit. Can't get over that. That's just absolutely bonkers. This is how people feel in Israel. How people in Israel feel sometimes. Probably. I've been fortunate enough to never have to live in an active war zone. Although I don't know if KitFox had anything like this happen, but yesterday they tested our emergency alert defense systems, which means I got a ping to my phone yesterday in the middle of the day that literally just was a notification to my phone saying, this is a bomb threat test. It's like, please disregard. This is a test of our internal defense systems. It's like, we're testing those now? Great. Excellent. You didn't get anything like that? I mean, it said specifically it was for the city of where I live. So, you know, it was about the same as like, you know, when you get an Amber Alert that says that there's an Amber Alert in your area. It was literally like that. Systems that are untested are not functional. Yeah, can confirm. Also, Aqua, we'll see when we see you. I think days are going all right, all things considered. Your father has friends in Israel. From time to time, they just go, wait 5 minutes, there's a missile incoming. There's a missile incoming, no biggie. Well, it's not gonna... I think like the difference between that, like what's going on in Ukraine right now is you guys are... is they are bombing civilian targets, right? So it's not necessarily a, oh, there's a missile coming, no biggie. It's a, there's a missile coming, we don't know what they're gonna hit. I've seen enough footage of civilian buildings getting bombed. Oh, do you have a link to that? Because I was actually wondering about that yesterday. It's like, when's Itch gonna sell 1 billion games for Ukraine? If that thing's live yet. Because I was watching Itch yesterday. I realized I had that nothing had popped up, so. Although I open up Itch and go, this looks adorable. Apparently it's on Steam. It's not up yet, but the organizer's starting one. Gotcha. Do you have to take a month off to do it? Yeah, I mean, I know that they're not organized by Itch, that they're organized by people on Itch. It's like the Itch community that organizes it. I'm not surprised that they had to take a month off for that one. I just hope this shit isn't distracting Tarn too much. Apparently, 11-bit. Apparently, 11-bit raised $700,000 with their This War of Mine deal, which is pretty great and nice to see. Yeah, we do. This is okay. So this is actually very important for this fortress. This is the first time I've had both human factions here to trade in I don't know how long. It's been like a good long time. Wish you had the Iron Dome. That could save a lot of people here. I'm not familiar with Iron Dome. What is that? I mean, I can do another sketchy Google if I need to. Oh, I see. I'm familiar with mobile air defense systems. I just didn't realize they were called Iron Dome. Or at least I didn't realize that one was called Iron Dome. Yeah, it's a CRAM, short range air defense system. Yeah. Well, I know of them as SRAMs from Mech Warrior, but hey, Yoshi. Rather than using Masterwork, you go into your game install file. Give me a second here. You go into your game install file, you go to art, or rather you go to data, art, and then you just click and drag your tile set into this screen. And if it's a graphical one, there's a few more settings you need to tick, but all you really need to do is you need to go to the init folder, and then I think it's in D init, I think. But yeah, you just have to direct the graphics to the right thing. Yeah, it's in just init. You set your resolution, and then you set if it's a text font, you just set your font to that. If it's a graphical one, you'll need to watch a tutorial. It's still pretty simple, but it requires a few more steps. Right. Okay. It's like I'm familiar with anti-missile systems. I'm just not super familiar with that particular terminology, I think. Install that. I definitely don't need cockatiel blood or snail ichor. All of those. And we'll just go to the craft screen. Still being brought. What goes up must come down, so I assume they must be having those issues. I go. That seems pretty, like, is to be expected type deal. Oh, that explains why I can't load live UA map. Apparently they've been under a heavy amount of DDoS attacks for the last 18 hours. Cool. But Cloudflare is helping, allegedly. I gotta do something useful for once instead of just making my internet load slowly. That explains why it's been working intermittently for you too. Yeah, I mean, if things are loading slowly, it's because so many portions of the internet are under massive DDoS attacks right now. Like, I was trying to figure out yesterday, like, why specifically Twitter and Discord were broken, and went and looked it up, and more or less, from what I can tell, it's just from DDoS attacks related to this conflict. But, you know, is what it is. I was briefly looking into joining some charity streams that a few groups are putting on, but pretty quickly realized that it was all being organized by a company I don't like. So I backed out of all that stuff. I'm now looking into just doing stuff on my own, but the problem is like there aren't any charities right now that would allow me to have things like alerts, which would be really nice to have incentives. So I'm kind of like in two minds as to what I do. Hey, Patchwork, what's up? Several sites have forbidden you from entering today due to being in the U.S. Wait, what? Why would you not be allowed to go to certain websites due to them being in the U.S.? I saw your post. Diamond. Lurkin. Well, I mean, if you're still able to watch Twitch, I assume, right? Considering you're in chat. You're getting better at guitar, getting healthier in the gym. Oh yeah. Good to see some things are working out for some people. It's just kind of funny because like the one thing I would add to that sentence, Patchwork, is like it's great getting better at guitar, getting healthier in the gym, got a cute date in about 2 hours, things are coming around, World War III is starting, no biggie. Putin's giant cock slapping contest is starting, more like. No biggie. It's fine. Dealt with worse. Survived the Cold War. Survived this. Romantic bomb shelter date. I mean, you joke, but... You know, I was bored yesterday evening, and I was curious about how much it costs to fly from here to Ukraine. It's cheaper to fly to Ukraine from here, right? Or it's cheaper to fly to Poland to Ukraine right now than it is for me to fly to Quebec. Not that I have any interest in doing that, to be clear. But fuck, that hurts my brain. It's less than $200 for me to Ukraine, or for me to get to Ukraine, which is like nothing. Come visit. I'm actually planning on going to Montreal in June. Which is why I was looking at flights, because I was like price gauging what week would be best. But so either we'll all be in nuclear fallout, or I'm going to go to Montreal in June. Because my little sister lives out there, and she's moving back not this summer, but the summer after. So this is like kind of really my last chance to go to Montreal while I have family living there, which is the best time to be a tourist, is when you have family there. So that fits with way too many lyrics in my head. Patchwork. Yeah, because like my little sister and her boyfriend both live out there, so me and my little sister's boyfriend's little sister, Erica, are gonna fly out together. Share an Airbnb or something, because flights are still affordable. Oh. Probably second week of June, but don't have anything locked in just yet. Yeah, I think that a lot of people are thinking that right now. I mean, we can hope, right, Patrick? We can hope. Okay, so trading does a massive fucking boo-boo on my frame rate right now. Not a fan. Yeah, well, let's do us all a favor and not give the U.S. military the order to drop a nuclear bomb, yeah? Let's all, like, just agree not to do that? Okay, thanks. Thumbs up. Don't cause the apocalypse, thanks. We're doing a good enough job just naturally over time with consumerism. We don't need to speed up the process more than it already has been. Today I learned that there is a jacket brand called Ween. And I wonder if anybody's told them about Ocean Man. I just received a... Amazon has, like, decided I need better clothing or something, and they keep sending me marketing emails about, buy this, like, jacket! Blah! So I've discovered some very strange things. Is this real? Hi, cutest. So, chat, is this real? Can someone confirm? Please tell me that's real. You can't take control over an irradiated territory, and nukes are very bad considering weather patterns will just fuck up the fallout. Yeah, see, but we have a madman in a bunker with a table longer than he imagines his dick is, and nothing to lose. I don't think it matters where the fallout lands at a point for certain people on this planet, unfortunately. Like, while I understand that rationale that, oh, you know, there's no logical reason, I think that we have a very illogical person in a position of extreme power currently on this planet. You think you can't sub from Russia? Give you a sec, you're using a bank that got sanctioned? I mean, didn't you, like, resub yesterday, or am I crazy? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, you popped the notification, like, yesterday or the day before. Unless you just had a notification sitting there for 30 days. I will say, don't worry about it too much if you can't sub. I would actually almost prefer that you hold on to your money and, like, try and not go bankrupt. Payment didn't go through? Okay, so they canceled it. I gotcha. Just don't worry about it. Just ad block the ads. It's fine. You can keep your sub command too. It's okay. Table 400 times the size of his dick. Yeah. Thanks, animal. There you go. You're covered for 6 months. Cheers, animal, for gifting 6 months of sub to cutest. That is a lot of lead bins. Let's just buy that wine barrel. That's why you're unable to gift. Take that money that you were going to gift to somebody and pay it forward to somebody else who needs it when you see it. Because I have a feeling a lot of folks in Russia are going to get forcibly unsubbed to channels over the next few weeks. That's going to be happening a lot. Like, I lost a handful of patrons last night on Patreon from people that I know for fact are in Russia. Like, they weren't huge amounts, but it's like I assume that just, like, bank payments aren't going through. Want to check if other banks work? I mean, do what you gotta do. Yeah, the footage coming out of Kharkiv's scary. Terrifying. Although if anybody is still trying to gift subs, Taigo could use one. The topic of people who need to save money. Yeah, that's why, like, whenever I keep hearing about, like, oh, like, there's stuff... I mean, like, I understand the big picture of things, but I really wish that, I really wish that this wasn't, like, locking people out of internet communities like this one, you know? Which it is. Well, it's not locking people out. It's locking people out from financially participating in communities like this one. But... yeah, most of Russia would agree with you on that, Patchwork. And Red Octo, thank you very much for gifting us sub to Taigo. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. I deserve more than that. It should be 6 months. Looks like that was a 1 month gift, but on my end, because I don't know the exact combinations of buttons that you have to click. It's just 1 month. I don't think you can re-gift an extra 5 on the end of that after the fact. He's definitely overplayed his hand. Don't worry about it, Octo. It's all good. There will be more opportunities. Was that crutches? 3 doors. Okay. Door, rock, 3. Pick, iron, 3. You give up at typing forever. No, I understand the feel. I understand the feeling. Thank you very much for the generosity, though, Animal and Red Octo. Cheers. You too. But, you know, like, I'm not even, like, just whatever you do, guys. Don't worry too much about me. Because, like, I'm not the person people should be worried about right now. And if you have extra money, throw it at Red Cross or any humanitarian effort right now. Don't worry too much about me. Cutest! Apparently that works. So which bank still works with Twitch, then? Thanks, Cutest. Paying it forward. Apparently. Give it like a couple hours. It'll stop working soon enough. I have a question, Cutest, which I need to ask Cooler later today. What's the status with PayPal in Russia? Because that's how I pay for art from Cooler, is with PayPal. Because if every bank gets sanctioned and I can't pay them with PayPal anymore, I don't know what I'm going to do for art stuff. Might have to go another route. Lack of perspective and tolerance of honest criticism. Too many yes men in the theory of his own genius. Yeah. Hold on, I need to... for that. Putin has definitely overplayed his hand. Scary thing is he wants to drag everyone down with him. Yeah. I mean, like, you have a world leader who thinks he's the savior of his I don't want to say nation, region. Thinks he is some sort of close to second coming character. Who also realizes that his time in office is limited. That is one of the scariest things you can have. And Whitcoat, thanks for chucking a gift sub into the chat as well, for Pink Fluffy Llama, our local plant connoisseur. Cheers. Thanks for all the gifts, guys. Big thanks. If anybody else has a resub to pop, if you do that right now, you will get a hype train out of this. But like I said, don't worry about me. PayPal seems to be working. I'm really curious to know if PayPal is going to withdraw service. Because I don't know. I wonder if how many of the oligarchs make money through PayPal. Of him roid raging feels more true. What about a combination of roid raging? Generosity stream. Well, thank you, Red Octo, for converting a Prime Gaming sub to a Tier 1 subscrib. Cheers, dude. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? I don't know if it's so much roid raging, Tygo. To me, it just kind of seems like a man who grew up and was raised in an era when time was very different, and he's never educated himself beyond that point. He knows that his time in office is probably coming close to its end and wants to complete all of his life goals in a short period of time, which are no longer achievable. And probably should never have been achievable, but are unfortunate, or would have been at one point achievable. I wonder how many of the oligarchs use OnlyFans. Probably, well, okay. I don't think that they'd be worrying about getting paid on OnlyFans, but how many of them are using OnlyFans, if you know? They probably just go to places where prostitutes are legal. Frankly. Yeah, he could be sitting on his yacht. Speaking of his yacht, did you guys hear about what hackers did to Putin's yacht? They changed its nav destination to hell. Didn't actually do anything to it. They just changed it on the nav computer so that its new set destination was hell. It's pretty funny. I mean, now, however Putin dies, he's no longer going to have the glorious Medal of Honor that is his Taekwondo black belt, because it has been revoked, which means he has to earn, he can't die because he has to re-earn his black belt, clearly. Yeah, I've been seeing those reports on and off about a bunch of planes from Belarus. I've also seen hiccups. I've seen reports about sanctions against Belarus as well. So that's just really fucking sad to me. Because they literally are like guys' names. Putin had a black belt in Taekwondo and has a black belt in Judo, and the International Judo Organization is currently deciding whether or not to permanently revoke his black belt or just leave it suspended. Because apparently his Judo black belt was just suspended, not permanent. The Judo one was honorary. Taekwondo, I don't know. Hi, drunk. I'm still blind. Just, I'll say this. Alcohol and substances can be a very good way to cope with pain, But just know that while they dull your senses, they don't fix things or make things better. So if you're going to get drunk frequently because of a conflict or something, take time to sober up and come to your senses in between sessions. I say this as somebody who uses too much weed from time to time to cope with things. Not just a bunch of scared conscripts. Yeah. No, I agree. You're all right? That's good. I mean, you're typing coherently. I'm just assuming you saying that you're drunk just means that you're drinking. Just keep your wits about you, yeah? Nothing wrong with drinking. Keep your wits about you. And thank you very much for the train, chat. 30 seconds left. If anybody else wants to hop on. Otherwise, it's just there. Gym helps. You know, it's funny. People have told me that for years. Gyms make me suicidal. Nothing in the world makes me more depressed than a public gym. Apparently? You say that like it's news, Patchwork. You missed it, Diamond. But thanks for the train, chat. It's all good, Diamond. For the total of 3 gifted subs. Some for multiple months. You really don't have that much of a hope for Belarus. That guy sure knows how to be a proper ruthless dictator, even with Russia's help. Yeah. Honestly, it's the inclusion of Belarus in this shit that really freaks me out. Hey, Sim. Oh, you know, it's just real doomer hours over here. There's a legend in the chat. One Simcopter. This is pretty much active Warzone discussion chat room at this point, Sim. It's been that way for the last 5 days. Got too many people from both sides in this chat. So, kind of an unavoidable topic. But aside from the current world events, things are all right. Things are all right, I would say. Hopefully looking... Yeah, that command is broken because Twitch broke my bot and I need to fix it. So we have to show people out the old-fashioned way, which is click on their username, get the Twitch link, and just post it. And until I can get it fixed. Fortunately, that appears to be the only feature of my bot that's broken. So, until I can get Firebot up and running, which I was going to do last week, and then a war happened, so... The difference between Belarus and Russia is Belarusian soldiers know where they're going. You know, that's... Can I just say that maybe the best thing to come out of all of this is now nobody takes the Russian army seriously anymore? API, you know, honestly, whoever managed to get API error as a Twitch username is getting a lot of free public press right now, and it's not fair. Not fair. I wish that I had the forethought to brand myself as API error. With brackets, of course. I also can't restart my computer because if I turn off my bot, it'll stop working. I won't be able to reconnect it. Because I'm using the old Streamlabs chat bot. But, you know. Just playing Dwarfs, though. Just playing Dwarfs. So what have you been up to, Sim? Yeah, check out that cool dude. API error is offline. Of course API error is off. Is there any news that got buried by the current events that is worth talking about? Apparently the Steam Deck's real good at running Donkey Kong. I don't know if that's good news, but news. Actually, hold on. Isn't this Elden Ring came out? Yeah. This website exists. Goodable. It's an app news aggregator that only shares positive news. Or you can get them to like send you just to your email. So if you need positive news, go to goodable.com. Also, not news, but extremelyfungible.com still makes me happy. You don't have a computer that can run Elden Ring? I mean, just amazed how seemingly repugnant the idea of free Ukraine is so... Wait, what? How seemingly repugnant the idea of free Ukraine is to history? Can't catch a break. Oh, what? That you guys just keep getting invaded? I think that's just like... Or occupied. I think that's just like an unfortunate casualty of where your landmass happens to be positioned. You've been playing GeoGuessr and CityGuessr, revisiting Animal Crossing, keeping it cozy, I guess. Yeah, I mean we're playing my normal stuff today, but later today we're gonna check out that game Heroes Hour, and I also want to play Aperture Desk Job because I've had enough of the streamer life. I'm gonna go get a desk job. Naturally, although isn't this kind of already a desk job? Actually, I do work at a desk. Although I did see a tweet saying that it's not officially a world war until somebody accidentally invades Liechtenstein. So until somebody accidentally bombs Liechtenstein, it's not World War III. Where is that? On the topic of countries that just accidentally get invaded. But yeah, I appreciate the check-in, Sim. We're doing okay, I think. Just okay. Too much land, different ethics to keep track. You guess you need a state system like the US to function properly. Could you imagine that? The United States of, like, Russia? Although, saying that America functions properly is maybe being a bit too generous, but... You should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque. You slightly resent that? Slightly? Only slightly? Hey, as your next door neighbor, I feel like my country doesn't function properly. And we function in many ways a lot better than you guys do. You like how every time your Wi-Fi lags, everything starts to think that Russia got blocked from the internet? I mean, are you using a VPN, cutest? I'm always, as a Canadian, I'm always kind of amazed and impressed that America functions as well as it does, all things considered. As an example, Canada legalized weed, and you could buy weed all the way across Canada within like 3 months, right? Individual states have been legalizing weed for the last decade. And you can still do like 6 months in prison for having a joint in some states. That's kind of what I mean when I say that that the United States of America barely functions on a good day. In a chaotic fashion. I mean, it functions. Some Russian regions had their own presidents until 2021. Yeah, that's like the inner workings of that stuff is stuff I know nothing about. Like, genuinely, that's stuff I know nothing about. Also, when I say that America barely functions, to be clear, I'm just teasing. don't take me too seriously when I say shit like that. I don't even know what these seasoning references are, so I will just assume that I don't know what you're talking about. What you gather from all of this, honestly, is absolutely no human being is capable of ruling as many people in a country on their own. And those who claim they can are fooling themselves. I think that a person can be a leader of a country, but I think that there's like an upper ceiling of the amount of time you can do it sanely. And once you start to cross that period of time, it's every world leader starts becoming more and more erratic. Like in Canada, we've had Trudeau now for what will be 12 years pretty soon, which is, or not 12 years. Yeah, he's gonna have 12 years actually, math, because he's in his third term. And it's like even he's starting to act a little nuts. I think that amount of power just breaks the human brain at a point. I mean, every country needs a term limit. Like, not even like we need a term limit, but I don't know. I don't want to make Canadian politics seem more important than what's going on in the world right now. It's like every country needs a term limit because when people are in power for more than it seems quite literally 8 years, like they seem to just lose their mind a little bit. Yeah, I heard about that this morning, cutest. I didn't. For whatever that's worth. I certainly didn't. I voted for him once. The first time he ran. Not voting blue either. I've been voting pretty orange. But the problem is we have that Quebec party that likes to throw wrenches into the voting scale, so. Like I said, I don't really want to bring Canadian politics into all this crap. Our politics are largely irrelevant currently. Some politicians have PTSD after their terms. I'm starting to think some aspects of Twitch has given me mild PTSD, let alone like that trucker stuff was wild. Get ready, they're coming to DC. Patchwork. Like literally, they keep popping up on my Twitter feeds. It's like truckers are heading to DC. And it's like and nobody fucking cares. Why are we talking about Canadian politics? Let's stop. Countries need term limits. That's just kind of a fact. Why are you still talking about this? Patchwork. I think what's actually wild is the amount of people that are getting arrested in Russia. Wait and see. The way that got shut down is nothing compared to what's happening in Russia right now. Like, yes, it sucks. protests shouldn't be shut down and people have the right to protest. It's like when I went to the anti-war protest on Saturday, right across the street from us, there is still fucking anti-vaxxers protesting. They can protest if they want. Checked on one YouTuber which you liked before dudes become a trucker, joined the convoy, and is posting coal rolling memes. What a shame. I mean, like, I on paper have kind of nothing against the trucker convoy existing. I don't agree with anything that they really have to say, though. that's kind of the difference. It's like, if they want to exist, that's fine. I don't care. Like, they have the right to protest. They can protest whatever the fuck they want. They can go do whatever the hell they want. Just don't make it harder for me to get groceries. What I don't like is, you know, all the racism that's involved with that shit. It's more of a what's relevant to the discussion than anything, Patchwork. Term limits for Fortress Overseers? Oh, I mean, are you saying that I've been in charge of Longdeath for too long? I mean, clearly some people on Reddit think that I shouldn't be in charge of the amount of audience that I have, trying to silence my announcement posts for interviews with the developer of the game that people like. Apparently. Also, thanks, Clino, for approving that post. Yeah, no, it is not a competition of who's the worst. Because we all know who's the winner right now. Although I will say, every protest that happens anywhere in the world, if given enough time and preparation, should be allowed to have a hot tub at their protest. That is a stance that I firmly believe. I think that if you're given enough time to prepare, you should be allowed to have a hot tub at your protest. I'm just saying. If some being managed to rule a fort for several centuries, you'd be cautious about questioning the authority there. True, yeah. It'd be like having a necromancer in charge. They're just like doing experiments on all of the citizens. When it comes to things you can't really control, you get weird. You're not really interested in making a big deal over it. It is a big deal, but you can only control your life, you know? Yes, but you're in my chat, right? And my chat acts as a place for people to talk, right? And if we are sitting here and having discussions and talking about a thing in the world, completely derailing and changing the conversation into something that is less recent and not as relevant or important to the situation, it just comes off as like unnecessarily changing the subject when the majority of people talking don't want it to. It's like, do I have the ability to stop Putin from invading Ukraine? Absolutely not. But can I, like, provide a place for a few people to vent about it? Yes. So, it's just like when whenever there's any kind of conflict, if members of my audience are in those conflict zones, it's going to be a topic of conversation. And that is the most that I can do to help. It's like I could completely ignore it, but lots of streamers right now are just completely ignoring. I was watching a video last night before I went to bed, Tygo, of a Russian defecting soldier who's literally, they're just like, what year were you born? It's like 2001. And it's like, ow, my brain. Kid, you lived in a fucking post 9/11 world. Apparently, the World Bank is prepping $3 billion in emergency aid package for Ukraine. That's cool. Sad? Yeah, you could say that again. And also patchwork. Big important world events like this that you have no control over. You do have control over it, actually. Donate money. Help people. Throw some money at an aid package. Pour out a bottle of Russian vodka on the floor and make a TikTok out of it. Plant a sunflower. There's plenty of stuff you can do. I wish we could just duke it out with laser tag. I wish that we could, like, just get Zelensky and Putin to have a boxing match. Because at this point, I think Zelensky would win. Putin's got enough, like, gut fat that I don't think he could. I think he'd get knocked out. He'd get knocked out in the second round, I think. World issues resolved via laser tag would be great. It's either that or Among Us. Like, what are our options here? I feel like Among Us might be a more politician-friendly game. Okay, don't do that. But for whatever it's worth, I've chucked $200 at... One went to Canadian Ukraine Foundation, which is going into a big pool, which is being donated directly, and then another one to Ukrainian Red Cross. So, considering you gifted a sub today, you indirectly gave money to Amazon, which gave money to me, which gives money to me, which I've already thrown money at. So, congratulations, you're already a traitor. How does that feel? Make you feel? But, you know, I said it, Diamond. It's okay. Putin has no jurisdiction here. Oh, I know. I know. Like, what's actually fucked up is, like, most of the Russian branded vodka that we have here is actually brewed in Latvia. And they just, like, blocked sale and removed from shelves all Russian branded vodka in Canada. And it's like, all that shit's, like, already bought and paid for by suppliers, for one thing. And two, most of that stuff isn't even brewed in Russia, but it's still owned by Russian oligarchs in a lot of cases, so. It's like Smirnoff is, like, brewed in Latvia most. Just as an example. Yeah. And I can't wait for the Spielberg movie about that in 20 years. Patchwork. In regards to the Russian warship. Go fuck yourselves. We were talking about that, like, as it was happening, though. Which is why this is so funny. Right here. Scrolls up, scrolls up. It's like people canceling Corona beer because of that other thing. I would actually say this is probably more legit than like Corona beer's like stock price dropping because of COVID, but guys are alive and are just prisoners of war now. I've heard mixed reports on all of that shit to the point where it's like it's hard to tell in that regard what was and was not propaganda. But one thing that we do know for certain is those guys on Snake Island did tell the Russian warship to go fuck themselves. In fact, I kind of hope that they're alive. Very much hope that they're alive. Because once this shit's all over, they'll be fucking heroes. I was gonna say, isn't Tito's like a American brand of liquor, or am I crazy? I have a feeling we'll see an anime about the ghost of Kiev, the ghost of Kiev before we like this shit's over. Like, I'm pretty sure Japan's already working on it. It's very much the sort of thing that they would make an anime out of. I don't remember this dwarf getting depressed. What, making an anime out of the Ghost of Kiev? Also, weren't you going to bed, cutest? It's also a brand of American vodka, I think. Animal, you too. Didn't you say that you were going to bed? Chat, you guys are bad at going to sleep. You guys got to do better. Especially those of you not currently in war zones. Ghost of Kiev is told to have been shot down, but successfully bailing out and also immediately getting into another plane and scoring a kill. It's definitely not one guy doing it, but the story is badass regardless. I mean, a lot of... In every story of conflict, there's tales of a mythical like character that doesn't actually exist. And you know what? You know what it really does? It keeps morale up. And you know what's really valuable in times like these? Morale. People being... convinced that things are going to be okay and people having something to cheer for. So regardless of whether or not dude's a real person, which frankly it's probably like 5 people that people think is all one plane, just like everybody thinks that Hank the Tank is one bear, when in reality Hank the Tank is more like 5 bears that are roughly the same obesity level. Give people hope, just like I hope Hank the Tank is actually just an indestructible bear. Also, if you missed Hank the Tank news, that is a positive piece of news that you should all look up. Just look up Hank the Tank. It's just an unstoppable bear that is terrorizing small American communities. While the game's saving, in fact. All I have to say is, all hail Hank. This is possibly my favorite, like the best news going on in real life right now. But yes. Very, very, very fat bear. Also, I love all of the headlines from yesterday saying that Hank the Tank isn't only one bear causing havoc in California. It's actually like probably around 6. But the best part about this is I imagine that Hank the Tank, i.e. this image, is in fact not one bear, but 6 bears in a bear trench coat. Of course. Naturally. It's the only logical way to explain why Hank the Tank can exist. Also, autumn has come. Heads up, Stone. I mean, he lives in California. Dude doesn't need to hibernate. He can just eat year-round. It's fine. I'm saying all this while I'm watching my news feed about what's going on right now, and things are real sad. People just keep telling him that winter is coming, man. Can you blame him, Frog? Should probably get ready for your date. Yeah, don't miss your date. Probably less of a downer than this stream is currently. You should go tell your date about Hank the Tank. I'm sure it'll be a hit. I didn't even read it. I'll have to take a look, Stone. Reminds you of this? What's this? Aw! Big fat kitty. Is this just a fat tiger? What is this? That is a really angry looking cat. Bond with your date over Hank? Yeah. It's like bonding with a date over memes. It's a fat tiger. Assuming you got it, Stone. Conthad. Trying to figure out how that could be misread. Cat, you took my tuna. Yeah, exactly. The best part about that fat tiger cub is not only is it a fat tiger cub, but it's a fat tiger cub that looks like it's about to throw a temper tantrum. No, I see it, but like that's not super bad. It's not the bad type of bad I was thinking of, Stone. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. $25 Fisherberry wine, a copper whip, hemp flower. Oh, wow. That's as far as it goes. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that DM. I don't get it, Cleno. One of the most pissed off looking creatures you've seen in a while. Yeah, no, I agree. It is a real mad looking thing. Real mad looking kitty. All right. These, also, actually. Pull this lever. Also, I'm not sure when this happened, but we have a baby in the fort. Oh. Someone is okay, I understand. So someone reported your post complaining that somebody reported my post. My videos have been getting dislikes very quickly after being uploaded, so I'm starting to think that someone's just mad at me right now, and I don't know why. Anyway, if anybody would like a dwarf in Longdeath, raise your hand in chat. Mayhaps Putin's been watching my videos and is all mad about the fact that I'm supporting Ukraine. You think someone dislikes I think more than one person dislikes me, but that's okay. You nominate yourself for Babbo? Okay. Red. Octo. Bear. Might really be bots. Yeah, but the thing is, bots dislike it. A bot that just dislikes a YouTube video, that's fine, right? But this video received a dislike right as it got uploaded and a report on Reddit, meaning somebody is going out of their way to try and hurt the traffic my videos get. More so than just, you know, the normal dislikes. Because I get little spans of time where I'll get randomly large amounts of dislikes on videos. And usually it's around the time I ban somebody. Haven't banned anybody in a while. But somebody is going out of their way to not only report posts that I post on Reddit related to Dwarf Fortress, but also Clino defending me. So not only are they reporting posts that I posted, but also Clino saying, hey, why are you reporting this? Anyway, so this dwarf is 2 months old, born on the 20th of Hematite in the year 380. His sideburns are clean-shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed. His cobalt eyes have large irises, and he has an angular chin. His somewhat narrow ears have large hanging lobes, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. He is the son of Imush and Kosoth, and is an ardent worshipper of Ingish, the embraced roses, and a casual worshipper of Shishtak. Personally considers craft worship to be relatively worthless and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes bauxite, tin, red spinel, and feather wood, and windows and scepters and red squirrels for their tails, and the sound of the silky intricacy and the sight of the satiny flower. When possible, prefers to consume radish, wine, and you can't stand snails. Hey, Merc. What do up, be? What is up? Those things. So, I don't think this is a bot, because bots are way more consistent. This is like erratic, random, no apparent reason reporting. And those are very rarely bots. That's usually somebody is mad at me for some reason. Which isn't entirely surprising, but also a little bit weird. It's certainly not the first time I've pissed off random parts of the internet, but... Home from work. This sounds like a spontaneous anti-fan. Ironically, anti-fans on the internet generally end up generating more traffic for the person, so... If their intent is to try and make it harder for me to spread traffic, it's usually, like, has the opposite effect. Farmers have captured and burned a $15 million Russian weapon truck? Good work. Hell yeah. Yeah, they blow lots of wind in a direction, generally. Just be sure to blow wind back at them. And Audio, you have a good nap. Snooze well, dude. Everybody probably needs a nap right about now. I will be right back. I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge. Night shift tonight? Yeah, I understand. I used to do that. Don't miss it. But may you have a good night's sleep. Or a good nap sleep, I suppose. Attend meetings, you're fishing. I miss parts of night shift. I like how peaceful night shift was. Versus the other shifts I could have done at the time. Did I not pull that lever? Pull it. Shut this thing off. We're crashing into autumn. Rivers are going to freeze in the next 2 months. You're hopping to beds too? Well, you sleep well, animal. You'll be back later depending on how late I'm streaming. I'll probably be on relatively late tonight because in about 20 minutes here I'm going to go get my lunch. And then after that we're going to play Aperture Desk Job and then have a first look at Heroes Hour. So I'll probably be playing Heroes Hour by the time you get back. Assuming that game's good. Unless it's terrible, in which case then... Let that drain. Because that came out this morning. Yep, seems to have pretty good reviews so far too. You bought it on itch.io a few months back? Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, itch.io's a fantastic little platform for games. Fantastic little platform for games. I'm still like confused about the fact that this game is real. This doesn't have anything to do with anything, but I'm so confused that this is real. It's just such a strange name for a Conan the Barbarian related game. Conan Chop Chop. It's just like cutesy, cartoony Conan the Barbarian beat 'em up, I guess. This is such a weird direction for this IP to go. And I remember seeing this at PAX and being like, is that real? Is that a real video game? It is, and it's out, in fact. Also, the dwarves are here to trade. One thing you worry about? Only one thing? Is if Ukraine is beaten... Yeah. Although... I wouldn't say that that necessarily needs to be a worry. What I'm worried about is if Ukraine is beaten and not because you guys will be annexed and then have to deal with all of that. My fear of what will happen if you guys are beaten is that NATO will invade. Which would just take a... Like, I just kind of hope you guys win so that it's just over. You know? Because if Russia successfully takes over Ukraine, this is just going to keep going. Definitely. Also, yeah, I feel like I think Ukraine would just turn into, like, the Slavic version of Vietnam at that point. Fun fact, did you know that Georgia is the world's biggest exporter of bidets? I don't know why I have that at the front of my brain, but I do. I would say it's already a hellscape, but it's just going to get worse, Tygo. They have the world's largest bidet manufacturer that isn't based in China. I was researching bidets recently, okay? Probably going to be my next kind of pointless purchase. Not that buying a bidet is pointless, but tired of buying fucking toilet paper. Bidets and duvets, very different. Can confirm. Although can be used for the same thing if you're dedicated enough. Bidets are the toilet gadget. Bidets are the things that you bolt onto your toilet and spray your bum with water. That's a bidet. Or like Bidam. Is that better be a bidet brand? Bidam! Not to be confused with the American president Biden. You're welcome for the tiny little bit of information I can provide. I am here to be useful. And looks like, speaking of not useful, it looks like my broker is pondering prognosis again too much to be able to, like, do broker jobs. This topic makes you unhappy? Wait, what? I mean, you're the one on that topic. I'm over here talking about water sprayed at your bum. So, I don't know if that helps, but unfortunately, I don't have a Tushy sponsorship to give you or anything. Although be very careful with looking up the website Tushy, because if you don't use the proper URL of Hello Tushy, you'll end up on a very not safe for work website. I have a friend who owns one, and a restaurant I go to sometimes has one. An old coworker told you that for the first time her husband used a bidet when they were in Japan. I mean, that's usually the case for people, because Japan adopted the bidet way before anybody else. Mostly because you don't know how to use them? That's part of the fun. It's all about the surprise. I mean, the thing that stopped me from buying a bidet is, like, for like $100 you can get like a cold water bidet that just sprays your ass with cold water when you flip a switch. Fine. For like $120 you can get one with an extra attachment that hooks up to the hot water in your sink. And then you can get warm water sprayed at your butt instead of cold water, which is significantly nicer. However, the issue is I would have to drill a hole in the cabinet next to my toilet to be able to hook it up. And I don't own this apartment, and my landlord said, no, I can't do that. So, unless I leave the bidet when I move out. So, do I get a cold water bidet right now and then have to buy an attachment and then buy an upgrade package for it later? Or do I just wait until later? You've heard that there are plug-in ones that heat the water themselves. There's no outlets in my bathroom. That would be convenient and look nice. There's one next to my sink, which I plug my electric razor into. But that is like at the other end of the bathroom and would have like electric cables going up and over things. And that's unpleasant and probably not super safe electric shock-wise. Last thing you want is to like spray warm, electrified water at your butt. Just stop shaving, but like my face though. I like the ones, Norstat, that don't use any electricity. Because I've read enough horror stories about people electrocuting themselves, and you know what? Wouldn't you have to drill holes in the floor to bolt it down anyways? No, actually. Most bidets just attach to the toilet itself. Like, they replace your toilet seat, essentially. They either are like another toilet seat or like a separate toilet seat. So it's like you replace your whole toilet seat with this piece attached to the bottom and a switch on the side. It's like I'm having to give this job to my mayor again because my broker is just over here slacking. Twit. Yeah, the Hello Tushy ones are the most popular brand of non-electric, like just water pressure powered ones, which are neat. You'd have to splurge for the extra attachment one. The water here is close enough to ice cold that people would faint from thermal shock. Yeah, that is kind of an issue. Which is why, like, because there is a slight possibility I might move not this coming summer, but the summer after. So summer's 2023. There's a pretty good possibility I'll be moving that year, and that's when I would buy one. Nil Tungsdumot says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Much to share. We've updated your merchants or your maps, and I'm going to ask them for bronze, brass, steel, electrum, Ilan, black bronze, rose gold, smith bronze. And they finalized the export agreement. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. The really fancy ones are the ones that also have the heated seat, too. So you sit down and the seat warms up. You had to turn your hot water heater from hot to B to ABC in wintertime? Really? Sell everything that isn't all of this stuff. Skim through all of this and just make sure there's contraband. Doesn't look like it. That's like the only reason I would get one of the ones that plug into the wall is for the heated seat. That would be the only reason I would get one of those. You can get bidets that turn on your fucking lights. Heated seat seems like it'd be amazing in the winter, but I mean, that's why you just disable it. Yeah, it has a switch for the heated seat too. You can just turn them off. So like there definitely is like not too much of a concern about that. You can absolutely just disable them in the not summer. The hot water pipe is outside and it is on the outside and it doesn't leak. It just hasn't been connected to the block for 23 years and you still pay some minimal tax for it existing. Really? That sucks. Sawzall, make a potato gun. Make it into a potato gun, naturally. Like, that's definitely what you should do with that. Also, rip the Count. Count died. Unfortunately. Apparently, we skipped the number. The Count died. The Count! Like the Count to a Million room? It appears that we missed 108 and skipped straight to 109. No, not the dude in charge of the fort. The guy in charge of the fort is the king. The Count is over on Sesame Street going, One Russian tank. Ah, ah, ah. Anyway. I just want to see more videos of Ukrainian civilians stealing Russian military hardware because it just makes me so happy to see. Apparently, the UN International Criminal Court at The Hague, or Den Haag, has scheduled a hearing for Ukraine's appeal against Russia for the 7th to 8th of March. That seems way too far away. Can we get that, like, tomorrow? About how my base is? Huge, but also really boring. Huge because it's huge. Really boring because it's not got a huge amount going on outside of it. I should probably go up instead of down. This is the very top. This is where the bees live. This is my temple in the little colored square in the middle. Tavern in the middle. King's dining room on the right, as well as metalsmith's guild. Throne room on the top. Library on the left. The outer walls. Ground layer where I have livestock. The upper walkways. And then down here is kind of the main layer, where all the dwarves have bedrooms, and we're working on making it look pretty. Bottom right, the brown area is where we do most of our crafting. The red thing in the middle of the map is the magma lava lamp, basically. This is storage for most things, as well as trading. This is where we put all of our dead. This is a maze that I made because I was bored. This is where we generate power when there's enough water in there. This is where we're going to be making obsidian once we're done clearing all the rocks that are at the bottom of it. This is metal storage and the lava forge. First cavern layer and the second cavern layer. We haven't found the third cavern layer yet. And this is the lava reservoir down at the bottom that we pump lava out of to fill the tower up. And this is where we could drain it if we wanted to. Three Russian tank, 2 Russian tank, 1 gypsy tractor, 0 Russian tank. Yes, this is. Not anymore. We were pumping lava until we filled it up with lava. We will be pumping more lava again once we turn the pump stack into a, once we transfer the pump stack from pumping lava into the tower to pumping lava into the obsidian printer to make obsidian, then we'll start pumping a lot again. But currently not a lot of pumping going on. Technically, I mean, the same lava powers the forges, yeah. But aside from that, it's just decorative. It's the most pointless thing I've ever built. I thought that you were going to that date. Thought it was a war crime to take control of enemy weapons? Not if they're abandoned. I actually don't know. It might be. I don't really care personally. But every single time I find a video like this... Hold on. Every single time I see a video like this, I get a little bit happier. I mean, Ukrainian in a tractor, driving away with a Russian armored vehicle that ran out of gas. Just saying. The more of that I see, the happier I am, because that is a wonderful thing to see. Sad posts. Not a whole lot, Cassie. Nothing outside of like the same things that have been going on anyway. But you know, just hanging out, chilling, talking about the world ending. Just the usual. But you know, not a huge amount is up. Just what is the opposite? What is it fair to say? Morale's up? I don't know. Could join. I'm not. I mean, even if I wanted to, I'm not. What's the word? Able-bodied. So they wouldn't let me if I wanted to. Theoretically, I could fly out there and, I don't know, help medics or something, but be a water boy. It's just very ill-advisable, January. This situation is unique. I mean, see, like, what those farmers should actually do with those armored vehicles when they get their hands on them is run them to the barn and park them somewhere where nobody can see them. That's what they should actually do. Just hide them. Just get them out of combat. That's what actually needs to happen. Just make it so the Russians can't use them. No, I can't get my mayor down here because he's conducting a meeting. Swap the broker back to Do It and see if Do It can go do the job now. Nope, you're still discussing prognosis. Man, you gotta be fired at some point. Such an inefficient at your job, Dwarf. Fuses pulled out crudely or the gun damaged in some way. Yeah, well, I mean... even tanks are pretty fragile if you hit them in the right spot. I've played War Thunder. Just hit them in the right spot and they fall apart. It's fine. Just gotta hit them in the weak point, just like the video games. You'd rather see civilians use it against them? I just don't want to see more people dying. That's all I really want. But if you guys want to see a campfire, here's a campfire. It screws with your PR. I mean, you guys currently have about the best possible PR you could have right now. I just gotta send this to Bellinair. An Elden Ring mod that lets you pause the game. Can I just say that's one thing about super hardcore games like this that I don't like is the fact that they don't let you fucking pause. Shit drives me nuts. Let me pause the goddamn video game, you dolt. Meanwhile, my old high school friend has flown a reporter to Ukraine to report for their magazine. Fascinating. Alright, they are no longer trading. But fortunately, they didn't wreck my frame rate when they went to go leave. Also, driving around in enemy hardware is also not necessarily a good idea because then it's harder to distinguish ally from enemy for the other side. I mean, that's why that one older video of that one person making TikTok that one TikToker who makes videos of how to drive Russian tanks and armored vehicles keep going viral right now. Because it's just like, yo, you want to learn how to drive a tank in a minute? Here you go. Want to learn how to drive an armored vehicle in a minute? Here you go. I'm really kind of scared to look at COVID numbers for the region after all this shit, though. I know that's like the least of everybody's concerns currently, still. Is the white letters on the side sometimes a flag? Easy to fix? True. True. But you guys should, regardless, should keep on trying to do your best impression of Grand Theft Auto on any Russian hardware you can get your hands on. People in Ukraine should keep doing that. I don't think that there's many negatives to that, if any. Just repo as many Russian tanks as you can. How many electron bars do I have currently? 4. Let's place those. Brass. Where's my brass at? Oh, there's my brass. Brass, do I have 9? Got a few more brass. Excellent. Turns out coloring stuff takes time. It's a slow and arduous process. Unless you know, become a magician and summon it out of nothing. I'm legally blind is the story behind my username. I mean, there kind of is a story behind it. It's the I needed a name for League of Legends, and the name I'd been using at the time was taken. And I mean, I've always been legally blind, so my eyes never worked properly. So people used to jokingly call me blind all the time. So it was self-deprecating humor, and I grabbed it and it stuck. Yeah, I've had the name since 09-ish. I had some other usernames before that, but that would have great effect on this particular situation. What, for the on the Russian side of the border or for your side of the border? Because I do feel like the Russians, 4 Russians who are on your side. Oh, like, yeah. I mean, somebody was posting on Reddit earlier, which I don't fully understand, which is, since a lot of the Russians have cell phones, why hasn't there been, like, a mass, like, cell phone attack, basically just going after any phones with the right area code in the area? Because if they can do that to me to try and like make me give Bitcoin to a company because apparently I missed a bill 6 months ago for a bank account that I don't have on a bank that I'm not a part of, if they can send me those, why can't you guys just send mass text to everybody in the country saying, if you're part of the Russian side, like this, then just link to what's actually going on? You can't phone Russia from Ukraine. Currently, yes. But I don't know. I'm kind of just surprised that that hasn't been more of a target of propaganda. It's like if they're carrying cell phones, they should be reachable. There's a Telegram bot for that, though? Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's something. I stumbled into a Telegram call, well, not call, but a Telegram thread last night, which was allegedly civilians in Ukraine picking up the radio conversations between Russian soldiers and rebroadcasting it. I've seen several reports of that sort of thing happening. I don't speak Russian, so it's not very interesting to me. It's weird that they're not all using encrypted radio. Yeah, I've seen that sort of stuff. Gussie, but it's the people that are fighting that need to be told. I mean, something that's happening to me that I'm directly feeling, which was pointed out earlier today by Cutest Ghost, is that like subscriptions to my Twitch channel and my Patreon are being revoked because Russian banks can't give money to people like me either. In a field, even U.S. uses walkie-talkies. Yes, but you can have encrypted walkie-talkies. Like you can have walkie-talkies that are not traceable. You're sure that they're using encrypted radio, and you're also sure that if you don't destroy all the comms gear you leave behind, it doesn't end well? Oh yeah, that's probably also happening. that's probably also happening. There is encryption, but the codes, they only change once a day. Usually, if they don't know that one was stolen, they can't do much about listening. It's still crazy to me, though. War in the information age is wild. Just like if you really want to fall down a rabbit hole, start looking at Google reviews for locations in war zones. Just that's a funky rabbit hole to fall into right about now, because there's, you know, quite a few people that are just like, hey, this is parked here. Don't go this way. There's fighting on this street. Because they update pretty quickly. During the BLM police riots in the U.S. The last couple of years, several times activists seized encrypted police radio to great effect. They were able to lead police on a wild goose chases around the cities. I seem to remember hearing about that, yeah. But, you know, you always expect, like, police to be... I would expect the police to be less careful about that sort of thing than invasion force, you know? Like, when that sort of thing happens to a police force, it's like, oh, well, of course a negligent police force would, you know, not do a good job of maintaining their radio security, whereas, like, you'd think people invading a country would, like, be better prepared than that? I don't know. What do I know about? Absolutely nothing. There's a bit of a campaigning for people to bring stolen radio equipment to authorities instead of hurling slurs at Putin through it. I mean, both work. Why not both? You know, hurl slurs first, then donate. This past week has seemed like a whole lot of military incompetence, causing a lot of bullshit war crimes. Also, all of this makes me so much happier that I don't stream RimWorld anymore because of the war crimes memes. I would just get so mad at all of that right now. Leaders from Chechnya used unencrypted apps to talk about battle plans. Yeah, no, I was trying to explain to my mom about that yesterday, that a large portion of, like, their plans were discussed on unencrypted channels. I was like, oh, you have no idea what they're working on. It's like, we actually have a pretty good idea what they're trying to do, because they were discussing them in very stupid environments. First lets the enemy know that the radio is stolen and they change codes immediately. Oh, yep. I still say por conostos, like when I'm both. Alrighty, chat. Well, I think I'm gonna go grab myself a bagel. When I return from the bagel, I think we're gonna try running through an Aperture desk job, if that sounds good to you guys. I'm gonna go get a bagel, and then we will wrap for the day for Dwarf specifically, and continue on with the rest of the stream. And my phone is ringing. It's my doctor. Well, I have to pick that up. Anyway, I'm going AFK for a couple minutes. I will be back when I'm done with this phone call and my lunch. BRB.
Cheese for everyone! sandwich!
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
Bring out your dead!
Streamer returns after a short break to the lunchroom. I return. Hi, chat. Had to shut off the TV. I got you, amateur. So, today more Longdeathy things. We did get a child, which is good. Getting Red Octobear into the fort. Late autumn. Well, let's see if we can wait it out until winter. Spot to leave her off. You're in both forts currently, yeah. Oh, I read that as so since. I was like, since it's reached 1,000 years? It's in the year 300. I've already done some adventure mode in this world on cross saves, and I don't want to be too much of a downer, but this world's really boring. There isn't really a lot going on in this world. Like, it's just kind of a bunch of shoddy shacks and then this extremely gaudy fortress in the middle of it. In the middle of it. I think it might be more interesting for other players to explore Longdeath. As for me, myself, maybe one day as like a weird thing. I probably won't ever do another fortress in this world. Once this fort hits 1,000 years, I'll probably just retire it, and that's basically it. You're surrounded by unicorns, and your hunter is fixated on them, won't stop killing them. Sounds like a nice fort, frankly. It's real fun digging into your world's save raws and like finding out how many, what's the word? Individual, and then you find out just how many individual like not giant cave spiders but like normal cave spiders are in each world. It's like 3 billion. What? Your world has 3 billion cave spiders. Welcome back, Mark. You know what they say about post-USST army? Those who were in the army don't laugh at the circus. From inside, it's always been a meme that the army is incompetently incarnated. Oh, you mean, so it's like they've always kind of referenced their own military as being like goofy? Well, now just the rest of the world knows as well. This is a really sad article that I'm looking at right now, which is basically predicting that the war between Russia and Ukraine is going to last for the next 10 to 20 years. And it'll take them 4 to 6 weeks to take Kiev, based on these current reports. Sad. That would explain why world gen is so slow years later, having to account for billions of spiders and other creatures. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the least of the reasons why world gen is slow, but I mean, anthills and carpenter ants do exist in Dwarf Fort. Same with termites. I mean, there's probably like 150 million, there's probably like 1 million bees on this one map alone that I'm on right now. I know you're making a joke, but like that is part of the reason why. Now you look forward to Sleepy Biden's state of events tonight? Well, I mean, the Sleepy Biden show is just everything Biden does, right? Hold on, wait until I finish cleaning my dentures show. It's real weird to me that I get 2 separate Patreon receipts. But all right, chat. So like I said, we've spent more or less a year in the fort today, a little under a year. The frame rate got real bad at one point, but I think we're gonna swap over to Aperture Desk Job now. Looking at the clock, that's a good 4 and a bit hours. Like I said, that we were gonna play of Longdeath for the day, so damn close to a year of time passed, and we're gonna go check out Aperture Desk Job, which is apparently really short. Anander, hello! We're just swapping games. Stream's not ending. And then when we're done with that, we're going to take a look at Heroes Hour. Little new game that came out this morning. Released this morning. If you're sticking around, if I could get around to beers, that'd be fantastic.